Since it is now 5:30 and we do have quorum, I will call the meeting of the March 8th Plan Commission to order. First, we will hear from our technical facilitator.
Right, welcome to our virtual Plan Commission meeting. We're going to cover a few basic items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking on the link or calling the number in your original email. To members and city staff, members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. The chair, clerk, and technical facilitator are responsible for muting and unmuting committee members. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. During any roll call, all panelists will be unmuted briefly. Staff, click raise hand when you are asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on the committee members in the order in which their hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the board, please send it to the email listed in today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The first item on our agenda is public comment, Legistar 60306, and I do not see any registrants for public comment. The next item is communications, disclosures, and recusals. Members of the body should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. Are there any disclosures or recusals? Seeing no raised hands. Wait, now there is. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair Zellers. I know that item number 8 is on the consent agenda, but I would like to be registered as abstaining, since I know the constituent, it's a constituent of mine and was involved in this issue. So.
Okay, thank you. As it happens, we have a registered speaker for that, so it will be off the consent agenda. But thank you very much.
I missed that. Sorry, I'm late.
No, I don't think it's been said yet. Okay, the next item is minutes of the February 22nd regular meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? Seeing no raised hands, do we have a motion on the minutes to approve the minutes? Commissioner Cantrell.
I'll recommend approval of the minutes as presented.
Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Lemmer. We will come to a vote on the minutes. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. The minutes are approved. Upcoming meetings include regular meetings on March 22nd, April 12th, and April 26th. Okay, the next item on our agenda is agenda item 2. Actually, I think we'll do the consent agenda first, and then move to that. It is the custom of the Plan Commission to remove from the agenda those items on which the staff believes an application has received sufficient review to warrant approval with all of the conditions placed upon it by various city departments. on which the applicant accepts those conditions, and there are no individuals who have registered to speak in opposition to the item tonight. Those items, including referrals, are placed on a consent agenda and they're addressed at the beginning of our meeting. People interested in those items can disconnect unless a member of the commission requests separation, in which case the item is removed from the consent agenda and taken in the regular course of business. Of the items before us today, the following are proposed for the consent agenda. Agenda item 5 is a referral, 5 and 6, referring to March 22nd at the request of the applicant. Agenda item 7 also is on the consent agenda. Agenda item 9 is on the consent agenda. Agenda item 10 is a referral at the request of the applicant to March 22nd. Agenda items 12 and 13 are both on the referral to March 22nd. The first one is at the request of sponsors, and agenda item 13 is so that a review of the ordinance by other boards and commissions can be completed. Are there any commissioners who want to separate any of those items? I see no raised hands, so I will then go through the consent agenda. Again, the first item is for referral, agenda item 5, Legistar 60914. The next one is agenda item 6 for referral, Legistar 60683, both until March 22nd. And then on the consent agenda is agenda item 7, Legistar 63758, approving the final plat of Eastwood Springs on land generally addressed as 6602 Commercial Avenue, 3rd Alder District. Agenda item 9 for the consent agenda is Legistar 63784, located at 1249 Sprecher Road, 16th Alder District, consideration of a conditional use for an accessory building with a ground floor area exceeding 1,000 square feet on a lot in any zoning district used exclusively for residential and mixed-use purposes, and consideration of a conditional use for an accessory building exceeding 800 square feet in the agricultural district to allow construction of a 1,440 square foot detached garage. Also on the consent agenda is agenda item 10 for referral to March 22nd, Legistar 63785. Agenda item 12 for referral to March 22nd at the request of ordinance sponsors, Legistar 63902. And finally, agenda item 13 referred to March 22nd for additional referrals, Legistar 64250. Could I have a motion on the consent agenda? Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, I'll move approval of the consent agenda and the referrals as presented.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Alder Lemmer. We will then come to a vote on the consent agenda. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the consent agenda passes unanimously. Next, we will take up agenda item 2, Legistar 64251. authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute a lease with Gently Automotive LLC located at 3074 through 3076 East Washington Avenue, allowing for the use of adjacent city-owned property located at 3098 East Washington Avenue for an expanded parking lot located in Alder District 12. We do have staff here who can answer questions about that if there are any questions about this agenda item. Could I get a motion on this agenda item? Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, I'll move approval of Legistar 6425-1.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Solheim. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Cantrell?
No.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Are there any questions or discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, motion passes unanimously. The next item is agenda item 3, Legistar 64401, determining a public purpose and necessity and adopting a transportation project plat numbers 5992-11-00-4.05 and 5992-11-00-4.06 and 5992-11-00-4.12 Pleasant View Road, Mineral Point Road to USH 14 for the acquisitions per the plat of land interests required, located in part of the southwest quarter, northwest quarter, northeast quarter, and southeast quarter of the southwest quarter and the southeast quarter of the northwest quarter, all of section 15 T7N R8E in the city of Madison, 9th Alder District. And again, we do have a couple of people from engineering who could answer questions related to this item. I see no raised hands, so then I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I'll move approval of item number 3, Legistar 64401.
And do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Solheim. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, discussion? Seeing none, we'll come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, moving on to special item of business. Agenda item 4, Legistar 64442, Planning Division update on the Adana Special Area Plan. And I believe that Ben Zellers will be, Dan McAuliffe will be kicking this off. Mr. McAuliffe.
Thank you. Yeah, Ben and myself are going to be splitting the presentation. So let me find the. All righty, looks like we are seeing it. So again, thanks everybody for letting us come and chat. Again, my name is Dan McAuliffe, joined by Ben Zellers. We're the project leads for the Odana Area Plan. I want to give you a mid-project update and get some feedback on the initial concepts. First, backing up a little bit, part of the reason we're here is a 2018 comprehensive plan gave us direction to prepare plans to transition auto-oriented commercial areas and corridors into mixed-use centers. As you can see, the ODANA plan areas is bound in that red box, roughly by Mineral Point, the Beltline, and the eastern edge of the Research Park. And so we do have a couple major corridors in there as well that are identified, the Mineral Point in ODANA, as well as a couple major activity centers, the Westtown, University Research Park, and Westgate. This, of course, along with the future bus rapid transit corridor at the West Transfer Point and on Mineral Point, really shows us this area is one that we want to take a further look at. Also, along those lines, just kind of the retail challenges that we're seeing. Retail in general has been in decline since about the 90s. We've had shifting consumer habits from in-person retail to online, but also kind of more experience economy. It's not across the board. Not all sectors are doing poorly, but malls, and particularly some of the mall-based retailers, are. Coupled with some of the more recent updates or events such as CBL's Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. Again, it's just something that we wanted to take a look at even further. So we actually started this plan way back about a year ago. Our first outreach effort was the Madison Mall Madness, which was kind of a March Madness style bracket where people could weigh options. Not going to go through this because we could spend a ton of time on our public engagement so far, but there's a link in your packet. We thought we got some really good feedback on that as well. We then followed that with a Zoom series as we were learning how to do public outreach on the fly. Because of the pandemic, we did a series of 8 meetings. We had 450 people attending, talking about the issues and opportunities, some case studies of mall redevelopments that we've seen, and talk about some of the unique issues to Easttown and Westtown area as well. We also did some interactive mapping where participants could go online, put a mark on a map, kind of a digital dot exercise to give us more specific comments. And followed that up with some additional outreach to the chambers, specifically the Black, Latino, and Hmong chambers, businesses and landowners and developers, to really understand their perspective. We had some really great feedback that came out of that. We always hear the need for affordable housing. One of the things that really came across in some of those conversations was the need for affordable business spaces. Particularly, as we are aware of the stark difference in the rent rates from, strip commercial that exists now to ground floor retail space of a new mixed use building, they're kind of night and day. And so making sure that whatever is put in the ground in the future can support existing and future business opportunities for a more equitable outcome. Next, we want to talk just a couple about some of our initial design principles that we put into the concept that Ben will present in just a minute. First, connectivity, walkability, and bikeability. So the Westtown area was platted really at kind of the peak car culture of planning. And some of those design decisions really strayed away from what we saw in the central areas of Madison, which were platted before cars were really around us. So some of the block sizes are really quite large, especially when you compare them to the block sizes of Central Madison being in the 4 to 6 acre range. Westtown itself is 170. There's a half mile between streets, if you would even consider the Beltline as a street. So those streets that do exist are forced to carry all the vehicular traffic from those areas. So those become even more daunting to pedestrians, and really making the change from those auto-oriented characters to something that's more pedestrian mixed use becomes much more challenging. Thinking about making sure that the new buildings are fronting public streets. Of course, the malls are just so vast that it's tough to have an organizing feature, and a more compact street grids do that very effectively. And we also want to ensure that new streets are designed for both people and transportation. That's something that I think a lot of people forget when we talk about streets, is they are the city's largest public open space network. Much of Madison was platted before cars. We still needed that space between buildings for light and air, street trees, people to walk through. And so we think about how those can really shape our public experiences on those streets. Having the right environment for sidewalk cafes or neighborhood casual interactions, that's really important. That comes with the design of the streets as well. Focusing density along the planned bus rapid transit corridor. As I mentioned before, it really is following the Mineral Point corridor as well as a stop at the West Transfer Points. So really thinking diligently about what happens within those quarter mile, those station areas, because that is going to be the area most impacted. What we know from our current data is that people who live in the vicinity of highly effective transit use it. We have, I'm sure I've presented some of that data to the Plan Commission before. So having the most people, the most jobs, and the most retail in those areas makes the most sense to keep us growing on a more sustainable path. Also, making sure that we're having a range of building scales so we achieve a diversity of housing options. Certainly, we'd expect apartments to be part of the mix, but I think if we only have apartments, we're missing some of the housing types and some of the smaller scale, the townhomes, possibly some missing middle housing as well that can attract a wider range of residents, both in terms of where they are in their life and also in terms of their affordability. Making sure that we're looking really diligently at the existing buildings and not just thinking this is a site where everything gets demoed, and thinking about how we can creatively reuse some of the existing buildings, even though retail might not be in their future. How can those existing buildings kind of be retooled and renovated? And also understanding that about a third of the life cycle energy of a building comes from construction. So an existing building is often the most green building that you can't build a greener building than what's there right now. Understanding that these areas, it's probably easier to think of them as kind of satellite downtowns. They're so large that they're just inherently mixed use. But at the same time, understanding there needs to be some mixed use core, that highly active streetscape where we do see that high intensity of ground floor commercial, where some of the other areas, maybe it's okay that there are single use buildings that are different uses in surrounding, kind of just in a mix. Thinking about how we incorporate open space. Right now, these areas have very little open space, and make sure that's a focal point for new residents, for employees who may live in the area. Also, for businesses, make it someplace that people want to be and the businesses will want to follow the people. Increase the canopy coverage, and also the next slide, reducing the impervious surfaces. These are really related. A lot of these areas are strictly building footprints and parking areas, so we have very little impervious surface and very little canopy coverage. Trees, of course, will improve the aesthetics. They have a lot of mental health benefits. They also improve the air quality and do provide stormwater benefits as well. As you can kind of see as well, again, not a lot of impervious surface or pervious surface, particularly in the mall areas. And lastly, creating a kind of a resilient framework that can be phased in. And this we think is really important because what we experience as the mall is really a collection of unique ownerships, and they need to be planned for accordingly. If we came in with a grand plan that required the demolition of everything and everybody had to work together in concert, that's a plan that's really tough to implement. And so if we start breaking down this collection of ownerships and really focusing on what can the individual property owners do when they are ready to redevelop and how do those fit into a larger system, that is really important to make sure that this plan isn't something that just sits on the shelf after it's adopted. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Ben to take you home on the rest of the presentation.
Ben Zellers.
All right. Thanks, Dan. I will go ahead and share my screen as well to finish things off here. All right. So one of the challenges with this plan, and really with any plan, but especially our effort here in the Urbana area, is that we know change is going to be happening within this area, but we don't know where or when. So we really have to create a flexible framework to allow change to happen and end up with a cohesive whole as we get further into redevelopment within this area. And so really an organizing feature of that framework can be the public street network. And so as we looked at this area, and as Dan mentioned, the kind of discontinuous street network that's really focused on arterials, we thought that more primary connections were really important. And so we're showing some of those here as the start of a new street network framework, including should the mall itself, Westtown Mall, choose to redevelop down the line a future connection of Odana Road through to D'Onofrio Drive. Another primary connection from Mineral Point Road underneath the Beltline to Watts Road. A second connection underneath the Beltline from Grand Canyon to Struck Street. And then an additional east-west connector from Whitney Way over to basically Grand Canyon Drive to provide an internal alternative to Odana Road and Mineral Point Road, which are the only two east-west connectors within the planning area. Then finally, a Rose Road connection from Research Park Boulevard to Tokay Boulevard to provide some alternatives for people in Research Park. And after we had that kind of primary structure established, we started to look at a walkable new street grid and establishing that within the planning area, showing that both in the Westtown Mall area, some additional connections as we move east, and then fairly substantial number of additional connections in Research Park and the retail area to the south of that. And this walkable new street grid will really benefit transit users, will benefit pedestrians, will benefit bicyclists by providing more direct routes, which all of those modes of transportation are very dependent on having direct routes from origin to destination. Certainly provide additional connections for cars as well, but drivers are a little bit happier to go out of their way or more readily will go out of their way to get to a destination as opposed to those other modes of transportation. And then thinking about adaptability and phasing. So showing on this version of the map, the streets dashed will require either crossing of the Beltline or building demolition. So obviously those will be phased in as redevelopment happens, but the other streets that are highlighted don't necessarily require building demolition, and so could take place potentially sooner than that, although many of them may still depend on adjacent redevelopment or adjacent projects. Land use, obviously a substantial component as well to our planning effort. And so our approach here was to not try to provide too many subcategories of land uses and really stick with the categories that are established in the comprehensive plan to provide and retain some flexibility in how some of these areas redevelop. Having said that, we are recommending some changes to the comprehensive plan future land use map. These were illustrated in your packet, and I'll just quickly summarize some of them here. For areas 1, 2, and 4, we're suggesting a little bit of a pullback from the Beltline of some of those mixed-use areas to make sure that there's residential that's not directly butting up along the Beltline. Area 3, we're showing primarily that becoming medium residential if and when some of those big box stores choose to redevelop. Those areas shown various 5s across the map are future planned park spaces to serve new residential and mixed-use development. It's a big piece of the puzzle in terms of providing amenities for new residents. So the idea there would be to provide a minimum of 5 acres in each of those 3 areas. Area 6, we're showing an expanded residential section, both medium residential and high residential, to take the place of as areas redevelop some of the existing employment in that area. Area 7, there are 2 of those, allowing potentially some residential to come into those areas as new development or redevelopment occurs. Area 8 kind of pulls some additional mixed use across Odana Road while still maintaining a buffer from the Beltline. And then 9 is to really expand the mixed use along Mineral Point Road to really mirror that planned bus rapid transit route. So speaking of that bus rapid transit, we also want to really mesh the planned density within the area with that transit investment. And so this building height map shows a concentration of the taller buildings along the bus rapid transit planned route and those planned stops, both along Mineral Point Road and the West Transfer Point. And then the next step down, we show around Gammon Road. and then have 5 floors for most of the rest of the planning area. And I would note a few things. The first one being that this planning area essentially doesn't have maximum heights for most of the planning area, either under any area plans or under the comprehensive plan, which only has height restrictions for mixed use development. And then also we wanted to kind of maintain some flexibility within this framework as well by not having too many different levels of maximum heights. And we wouldn't necessarily expect that all of the areas within the, for example, 12-story maximum would all redevelop or develop towards that maximum, but definitely want to provide the flexibility for some buildings to get up to that maximum. And I'd also note we do show around the area plan for future green space in the Westtown Mall area, a reduction in height around portions of that green space. Parks, as I mentioned, I was showing 3 major areas there for new park space. This is something that we discussed with the Parks Division, and then I have a planned meeting with the Board of Parks Commissioners later to continue that discussion. But really, again, just providing that amenity for future residents of this area, which other than Oakwood Village and a small development to the west of Westtown, there basically are no residents within the planning area. And essentially no parks existing within the planning area either. And with the Beltline being a major barrier and Mineral Point also being somewhat of a major barrier, providing parkland within walking distance that doesn't require people to cross those barriers is very important. Finally, as far as the concepts, there is an existing bicycle path network in and around this area. It's fairly discontinuous, although the Gammon Road path project that was completed late last year was a significant improvement. But we're showing a lot of connections to really develop a cohesive network for bicycle paths and on-street lanes. One piece of that is extending that Beltline path from Gammon Road over to High Point Road, and then also extending that potentially from Whitney Way in the other opposite direction, eastward, over to the southwest path to provide a major connection to that regional bicycle facility. That would require some participation by the DOT, certainly, but we think that's an important regional connection. Calling out a few other connections that we're showing in this map, an underpass of Struck Street, kind of extending the existing underpass north to Mineral Point Road, that connection at least, and then further south to Schrader Road. Showing either a wide sidewalk or off-street path on the north side of Mineral Point Road to replace the existing shared bus bike lane on Mineral Point, which will become solely a BRT lane with the BRT plans. And then showing a facility either on or adjacent to Whitney Way to provide a connection there as well. We also just want to provide an example of phasing and how that could take place. And we took Westtown Mall and surrounding area as an example, but this is something that can be expanded to other areas as well as far as the necessity of phasing. So this is just kind of a massing diagram, not necessarily an expectation of what will or should happen or the way it might proceed, but just again, an example of potential phasing. So this shows the existing conditions in the area. And really, I think once we start to establish public street networks, both within this area and other areas of the Odana area plan, start to be able to have some infill construction to respond to that public street network. So in this instance, we show the public street network kind of replacing that ring road, being able to potentially infill some of the surface parking, maybe include some structured parking with that to start to see a more urban feel within this area. Then again, once Westtown Mall does opt to make some more significant changes potentially, and this could be 10, 20, 30 plus years in the future to connect Odana Road, provide some of those additional connections. Then we start to see some of the additional green space, park space come into play to provide that amenity for some of this new infill development. And so we have taken these concepts to an additional set of public engagement meetings. Got some feedback from folks through some Zoom polls and some breakout rooms. These are a summary of the Zoom polls. We had around 100 participants between those two meetings. By and large, for the concept as a whole, people felt we were on the right track or had more right than wrong. Most favorable responses for the street network and bike network. A little bit more skepticism in the building scale and land use mix. But I'd still note that about 3/4 of folks who participated in those meetings still felt we were on the right track or had more right than wrong for those elements. Just a quick summary of some of the discussion feedback we had at those meetings. People were excited about better connectivity for streets and bikes and breaking up large blocks. Excited about future extension of Odana if the mall does change in the future. The potential for increased residential units, density, and affordable housing was another big thing that people were commenting about. Just generally breathing new life into Westgate and Westtown areas and having a plan for the area as we try to get out in front of declining retail. There are some current concerns about building heights along Mineral Point Road and by the West Transfer Point. Having sufficient parking for new developments, the amount of potential new multifamily housing and whether there would be enough affordable housing as part of that. Then whether the plan would lead to development of needed missing middle housing. And then just kind of making sure we include enough greenery and increasing the tree canopy as part of this plan process and the outcomes of the plan. So quickly wanted to touch on timeline. This might be optimistic, but this is what we're kind of currently shooting for. We're going to continue to have some updates with neighborhood resource teams. We'll be revising concepts based on public feedback, your feedback here tonight, other board commission feedback, and drafting plan text March and April. Be visiting the Transportation Policy Planning Board, Economic Development Committee next week, actually, for both of those, and then the Board of Parks Commissioners in April to kind of give them an initial look. And then our fairly aggressive, fairly ambitious goal is to have a draft document with revised concepts and maps in May. Potentially a plan commission discussion. We want to revisit the commission before having this introduced at council and having it referred. Potentially BCC review over the summer and council consideration into the early fall. As I mentioned, this might prove to be aggressive, and there are a few things that could cause hiccups along the way. We are going to be looking at proactive rezoning as part of this process. We haven't really started to dig into that too much yet, and so that has the potential to bump the timeline back a little bit, depending on kind of the results of that analysis. So with all of that, wanted to turn it back over to the commission. We had 3 questions that we had put to you in our memo, and certainly interested in hearing your thoughts on those 3 questions and any other thoughts or questions that you may have of us for the plan overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McAuliffe and Mr. Zellers. First, that was a lot to cover. Hopefully, the commissioners took a look at all of this before the meeting tonight, and so it was kind of a review, but I think there may well be questions that you may have of our staff on the concepts that were presented. So if you would like to ask questions, now would be the time. Alder Heck.
Thank you. This is probably for Ben because he mentioned some public input about the building heights on the eastern end of Mineral Point within the plan area. And I just wondered if you mentioned that there were going to be some considerations of revisions based on public input. Excuse me. And I wondered if you don't mind mentioning what the approach might be in that area that varies from what we've seen, because I too immediately thought, not only, that 12 stories is quite high because there are what appears to be single family neighborhoods on the other side of the street at Mineral Point. And just wondered if you could just briefly summarize how you're feeling about any changes to that. Or
Looks like Mr. McAuliffe is going to take that one.
And Ben, feel free to raise your hand and jump in. It's probably, since both of us are here. If you just look at the meetings that, the digital meetings and the kind of vocal comments, those would certainly, you would take away that some of the heights were in excess. We also had people that reached out to us that were very pro height and actually thought there should be no height limits. And it's certainly always the challenge, kind of how do you balance that? And I think that what we kind of saw coming out of the data was there was a little bit of a few people were less comfortable with the scale than the concept overall. But in general, it didn't seem to be that overwhelming negative response. I think there are some areas that we might want to look a little surgically. Are there, some very specific areas? Are there setbacks, stepbacks, or other techniques that we can still achieve those densities on those BRT corridors where we really want to see that growth? If it is just the scale, there might be ways to accomplish that. Ben, did you want to add anything?
And I'm going to ask both Mr. McAuliffe and Mr. Zellers to stay unmuted until the end of the question.
Yes, sorry, I would have done that, but had some sirens going past. So I figured to avoid distraction, I would mute myself again. Those are all good points. And yeah, I think as far as heights, I think there might be some room for refinement. I don't know that we would necessarily be making wholesale changes to that. And as Dan mentioned, I think there really will be some opportunity for providing some additional detail as we really dig into drafting the plan text as far as you mentioned, setbacks, and those types of things to provide some assurance to folks that you're not going to end up with a wall of buildings right up along Mineral Point and provide some sort of additional detail to that.
And just to jump back in, actually, I think one of the more interesting questions is actually at the other end of the height spectrum. When we talk about, we would love to see, some townhomes, some lower scale, but at the same time that these areas are so big and there's so much uncertainty that it's tough to say this area is going to be, this is the area, this is the exact specific area that makes sense for townhomes because there's so much uncertainty. And so how do we really achieve that smaller scale housing with that kind of 5-story, our floor of 5-story max, if that makes sense. So that's kind of that's something that we've been kind of wrestling with. Because again, this is just this entire planning process. There's so much uncertainty, and we're trying our best to wade through it.
Thanks. That answers my questions. One more question about that same area to the east by the West Transfer Point. I assume there will be some flexibility in there. The network route redesign study could have some impact on transfer points and future alignment of bus routes, maybe even BRT, at least in terms of its journey to the West Transfer Point. Will there be some flexibility baked in if things should switch around a little bit in that part of the area?
I guess we're certainly, we've been following the route redesign process as it gets started. And then Dan and I have also been involved with the BRT project and actually have seen, I think, 2 or 3 refinements to the BRT routing just since we've gotten underway with this project. So I think, as far as the West Transfer Point, that might be an area where we need to provide some sort of, contingency or alternative if things do start to move away from that with the route redesign. I guess having said that, though, we think that that'll probably still be a area that's fairly well served by transit regardless. And so it could still, I think, be an area that's appropriate for a fairly high level of density, regardless of whether or not the West Transfer Point is as major of a feature as it is today.
Thanks. That makes sense. Since no one else's hand is up, I'll go ahead and give an opinion about the question of residential or not closer to the Beltline. I guess I don't feel strongly that we should forbid residential in that area, but it sort of, in my mind, depends upon the number of housing units that we're really after in this entire plan. I know that's a very difficult question to answer, but there is quite a bit of housing along the Beltline. So I guess I don't necessarily think we should forbid it, but if it was a zoning district like traditional employment where residential can occur if needed, then that might be helpful. But I know you're not actually you're only doing land use and not actual zoning districts at this point. So that's just my opinion. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder Heck. Is that it for you?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Cantrell.
Well, I concur with Alder Heck on the question number 2 about potential residential along the Beltline. There is a large amount of residential currently along the Beltline. I think that precluding it in this area, I think we're going to be short-sighted. So I think that maybe we should at least provide a provision that it could occur. And I think that on a case-by-case basis, we could evaluate that, because I think that it's hard to predict the future, like you said. But I think that that we may want to incorporate some residential there, just because of all the services that we're incorporating in that area. So, but that's I concur with Alder Heck. Thank you.
Did you have any comments on either of the other 2 questions while you've got the floor, Commissioner?
Well, I also agree with Alder Heck on the area east along Mineral Point. Especially areas opposite the single family areas east of Whitney Way there, having 12 stories may be a little excessive, but bleeding back farther south within that area, I think gradually getting up to 12 stories would be appropriate. So I guess it's more fine tuning it. And I think that I guess what the plan says is that's the maximum. It could always be shorter buildings or lower scale buildings. And I think that's what we'll have to evaluate when these areas redevelop. Thank you.
And it was just pointed out to me that we do have a registrant for this item. So I'd like to pick up that registrant right now, and then we'll go back to questions and discussion. The registrant is Janet Hirsch, 7311 Cedar Creek Trail, Madison, neither support nor opposed, wishing to speak, representing Tamarack Trails Community Services Association. Ms. Hirsch, you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, I'm representing Tamarack Trails, which is a community 1 block north of Middle Point Road and Westtown Mall. And we also sent a letter to the commissioners, which I'm hoping that you've all had a chance to review. But we wanted to take the opportunity just to vocalize our thoughts and concerns about the Odana Road or the Odana area plan. Our development, actually, we've got 320 residences on approximately 50 acres, and we consider our group or our development to actually be the missing middle, which we'd like to see more of in the area. Our homes range from single standalones to sixplex townhouses and everything in between. Our homeowners include young families, parents with school-age children, and seniors, and we'd like to see more of this type of housing options
for a variety of households, especially families in the whole area. We questioned the density, the height of some of the structures, the 8 to 12-story buildings, as appropriate for families, and we have concerns about the small amount of green space and open space that's been shown on the plan. We'd like to see more open space and green space, and as being more beneficial to the health of residents. That at 1.2 there was also supposed to be a traffic study that was done for this area, from the area west of starting at Whitney Way west to the Beltline, and I'm not sure where that is, because I think that might also have some bearing on some of the decisions that are made. But just to summarize what some of our concerns were, obviously the building heights of the 8 to 12 stories. We want to make sure that there's some affordable housing specifically for families. We're concerned about the increase in traffic, and then we'd like to see more green space, natural areas, and then obviously stormwater management. So again, thanks for allowing us to speak and present some of our concerns. And we look forward to continuing to work with you on the development of the plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hirsch. Do any of the commissioners have any questions of Ms. Hirsch? Seeing no raised hands, we'll go back to questions of our two staff people who are here, and comments in regard to the 3 questions that have been posed.
And also just any general other comments that the commissioners may have.
Thank you.
In addition to those.
Yeah, thank you. Well, we've had 2 commissioners comment. Other insights, perspectives, thoughts?
Maybe just to bring up kind of the third question that hasn't been commented on as much yet. One of our approaches for mixed-use development is to, other than kind of retail service core areas, to allow within this planning area mixed use to be uses in single buildings that might be single use just in close proximity to other buildings. This has kind of already happened in some areas of this planning area, but has been controversial in some other areas of the city. And so just if there are any thoughts on whether or not that's the proper approach for mixed use within this area to allow single use buildings within mixed use areas.
Okay, so since I don't see any raised hands, I'll comment on building heights. I'm glad that there are areas where additional height is being encouraged in this planning area. This seems like a prime location to have some additional building heights and some additional density in the area, both of living areas and if there is employment. So I am supportive of that additional maximum building heights. I'll be eager to see what tends to come of that. Commissioner Spencer.
Agreed on the height. Good job with the plan. I really enjoyed reading it over, and I actually attended a couple of the Odana Plan meetings. I do live in the area. I'm a resident of the area, and I agree with the height, 12 stories as a maximum. I'm pretty excited about seeing a little bit more density in the area. There is quite a lot of housing along the Beltline that's happened previously. There's condominiums along Mineral Point Road, and I think that area would benefit from it. I did enjoy seeing a more or a better connected bike system in the plan. I'm pretty excited to see that happen, but I do support the buildings. And in terms of, single-use buildings in a mixed-use district, I think if it's needed, if it's, reviewed, agreed upon, necessary, truly necessary for that area, I think, sure. But thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Spencer. Commissioner Solheim.
I was just going to chime in on the single-use buildings in mixed-use district. I agree that could be acceptable under circumstances. I think one of the things, that we've struggled with in improving a lot of mixed-use buildings that have commercial is the concern about the cost of that space when it's done and it's sitting vacant, and the rents kind of being just too high for a lot of the businesses that want to go in there. And so if there's, a way to kind of have some more efficient buildings that could accommodate those businesses, I think that would be a good mix. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Solheim. Any other questions or comments? Have you gotten basically what you need? It sounds like people are pretty happy with this. It sounds like that housing adjacent to the Beltline is seen as something that should be considered, and that single-use buildings might be appropriate in certain situations. And there seems to be agreement that the building heights are looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's good to get feedback on those three, and yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you for such a good job, and we'll look forward to seeing the next iteration.
Okay.
Thank you both.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay, moving on. The next item on our agenda is agenda item 8, Legistar 63783, located at 2822 Milwaukee Street, 6th Alder District. Consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a single-family residence with no proposed use. We do, Commissioner Spencer.
Thank you, Chair Zellers. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned this at the beginning. I missed my opportunity. I am going to recuse myself from this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. We are not going to have a presentation on this unless commissioners would like to have a presentation. The reason why it's off the consent agenda, as you know, is we do have a registrant wishing to speak. Would any of the commissioners like to have a staff presentation? Not seeing a raised hand, we will not have a staff presentation. I will open the public hearing. The first registrant is Dave Lusinger, 409 Pauling Street, Madison, neither support nor opposed, wishing to speak. Mr. Lusinger.
Yes, thank you very much, Commissioner Zeller. And first of all, let me apologize profusely and sincerely to the commissioners, to my neighbors, to the city staff, and to everyone else. I should never, ever have let this property get this bad. And I accept that I have failed as a homeowner in Madison. I could explain the circumstances, but those are not relevant to this hearing. I am speaking to ask to work at this last moment to with the city to reduce their upfront costs for the demolition of the property and then my back end costs that I would be charged for that demolition. I have a buyer for the property. His name is Ron Roloff. He's the owner of Strictly Discs on Monroe Street. He is willing and able to immediately take on the demolition costs and actions and build new on that site. He would be here tonight, but he is with his mother for her 87th or 88th birthday tonight. I gave him contacts with the city attorney's office. He says that he has contacted them, but has not received any reply. I also tried contacting Katie Lichty at the 444-9277 number, but I did it during business hours, but got a message that the voicemail was not set up. Bottom line is, I want out of Madison real estate. I'm been going through a lot of anxiety over this property for decades, and I just am trying to work as best I can at this final seconds to really make things as amenable to everybody as possible. And I just am asking for help to let that happen, to give someone else the opportunity to take this property and do something right with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lusinger. Our next registrant is Dean Prestegard, 926 Arden Lane, Madison, neither support nor opposed and wishing to speak. Mr. Prestegard.
Well, good evening, commissioners. I appreciate you taking the time to hear from me tonight. I am here in my personal capacity, but I do want to mention that Dave Lusinger, the property owner in this, is I'm first line supervisor. We'll put it that way, and I'm here to simply support him because I know he's had challenges over the past several years, even before I got to know him personally. But I've seen no progress from him in both in his work and in to tackle some of his personal obligations such as this. And I guess I would ask, since he has identified a potential buyer for the property, someone that would be willing and able to go over the demolition of the property, as well as redevelop that property. And I think that's the critical point from my standpoint, is that there's opportunity here that potentially this buyer could move in down property and get a new structure on that parcel. And so I did come here to support Mr. Lusinger, but also to say, that if there is a slight delay in making final decision on demolition, that it may be very helpful to both the city and to Mr. Lusinger in the sense that development occur more rapidly in this context, and financial and just a perspective, I think it would help Mr. Lusinger as well to be able to complete this issue, to resolve the issue, and move forward in address other issues that he has before. So I would appreciate if the commission would consider delaying the demo in a short amount of time to allow Mr. Lusinger to try to move forward with the purchase, getting this third party purchase property and develop. That's all I have tonight. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Prestegard. We have one more registrant, Katie Lichty, 8500 Greenway Boulevard, Middleton, Wisconsin, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, representing Speedway Sand and Gravel. Are there questions of any of our registrants? Any questions of any of our registrants? Commissioner Cantrell.
You've asked for a delay, I guess. How long are you looking for if we do decide to delay this project?
Mr. Lusinger?
All right. Yes. We're looking to hopefully get 2 weeks. I know you have another meeting coming up in another commission hearing in 2 weeks. At that time, I expect Mr. Roloff would be able to present his credentials and also to demonstrate the contracts necessary to execute the demolition and perhaps even present some initial concepts for structure on the site.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, Commissioner Cantrell?
No, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions of any of our registrants? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Do we have any questions of staff? Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair Zellers. I see that Mr. Tucker's here. Could he speak to, building inspection point of view? And is this an option that we could consider, in your opinion? Referral for 2 weeks and turning it over to a third party instead of going with the proposed process?
Mr. Tucker, did you?
I'm sorry, I had to run out really quick for a matter, and so I didn't hear the part about
Mr.
What is,
says he has an interested buyer who would be willing, I believe he said, to do the demolition or take responsibility for the cost. And at the last moment, you might have heard him say that if we delay 2 weeks, this individual might be able to come back with a proposed use instead of just leaving it as a blank, with no future use.
Well, that would be really difficult for us. I mean, we could review a house pretty quick. But it would be really on the fly. Submitting us plans that we have to review very soon, and if not in the next week, to be able to say whether that would comply or how that works. I'm not sure what a 2-week delay is going to do or referral. Is the question about who's going to tear the building down? Is that part of the question?
I think so. Although somebody else can summarize. I heard him say that the person, I didn't catch the name, but that person would be responsible. And then I think the argument was it would help save the city some money. So I took that to mean that a different entity would take over the demolition responsibility.
Well, approving the ability to tear the building down is just a simple step that will authorize the building inspection office to actually issue the raise permit. Who pays for it, whether the city has a contract to tear it down or if somebody comes in at the last minute and takes that over. I think that's a matter that we could manage administratively in the office. I am aware that there were some tangential conversations in the office. I heard about the condition of this property, and we have great interest in getting it torn down quickly. And we aren't sure about the confidence we have in who is going to tear it down, which is why we're proceeding. So I guess what I'm saying is that you could approve it tonight and we could start conversations tomorrow with interested people to figure out who's going to tear it down.
Thank you.
Ms. Stouter, did you want to add anything to that?
I think Matt basically said what I was thinking at the end there, that remember that the approval runs with the property, not with the applicant or the contractor here. And I think given uncertainties with regard to whether a demo would move forward and could get approval in just 2 weeks, it would be staff's recommendation to move ahead. I mean, this is a condemnation. It's extremely rare in the city for a single family home to be condemned, and building inspection must have very good reason for that. I think it's great that there might be some other opportunity here, but the approval this evening, I would say it would be our recommendation to move forward with that and let building inspection work with the owner to see if there's a way to come up with a better deal for a win-win situation for everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Stouter and Mr. Tucker. Did you have any follow-up comments or questions, Alder Rummel?
Yeah, I would like to follow up with Ms. Stouter, because I'm pretty sure I heard Mr. Tucker say that you could do this administratively. And I also heard him say it was a pretty simple process if it were delayed. So it sounds like on one hand, we could probably delay it and and Mr. Lusinger could come in and start talking with this other person. So I'm not quite sure then what Heather was adding, it sounded to contradict it. So help me some, please.
Yeah, I guess if I was understanding Mr. Tucker correctly, we were trying to say the same thing, that if the Plan Commission approves this evening, which is the recommendation here, the Building Inspection Division on an administrative level behind the scenes can work with the owner to come up with a substitute way of getting this building down in the same amount of time. I think it's urgent that this building come down. It's difficult to pull together plans for a house within a week's time, get them reviewed by staff and get them back to Plan Commission in 2 weeks. I think that's nearly impossible. We would expect that application 8 weeks in advance, frankly. This is a condemned home and it's urgent. And what I'm saying is that if the Plan Commission approves it tonight, that doesn't guarantee that it's going to be demolished by this contractor paid by the city. It would still leave open the opportunity for the current owner to sell the property to a buyer who could get this house down in the same kind of timeline. But what I'm saying is I don't think a delay, when it's this urgent for a building to come down, I don't think a 2-week delay is realistic at all. And I don't think an 8 to 10 week delay is really advisable.
Just one question. I haven't pulled out my standards, but there's the one with demolition without a future use versus with a future use. How do you see that interacting with this?
Yeah, so there is one caveat. When a residential property is proposed for demolition without a future use, the Plan Commission actually needs to have support from building inspection, fire, or police, saying that the building is either a public nuisance or for some other reason urgently needs to come down. We definitely have that in this case. It's a condemned building. We have support from building inspection to bring the building down in the very near future. And so that's the way that this can be approved, is that support from the building inspection director.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Rummel. Commissioner Cantrell.
Well, I think Alder Rummel addressed a lot of my questions, but I guess I know condemnations like this, they go on for a long time, and that and I'm assuming that the owner is looking for to sell the property so that the demolition costs are less for him. Having someone else do the demolition rather than the city, even though there's demolition standards and all sorts of things like that they have to follow, and recycling and all those sorts of things. But I guess, and I agree that 2-week delay is not going to make it, because there's a lot of things that need to happen. But I think that if the owner consults with the city and works with the city, there may be some other options here for him, I think. And I'm sure that the main focus is getting the building down, because it's a nuisance and it's an urgent problem that the city wants to address. But so I don't really have a question. I just had a statement. But thank you for listening.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I would move that the Plan Commission approve the demolition with no specific use at this time, but with the understanding that the city work with the owner in order to provide some options for the demolition and the potential redevelopment. But if those aren't very quickly brought forward, that the city proceed with the demolition as they proposed.
Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Lemmer. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
I think that I think the city has an opportunity to work with this owner. Unfortunately, the building condition is at a stage where immediate action is necessary. I'm hoping that this can be worked out, and if not, the city needs to proceed as they should, because it's a nuisance for the neighborhood. So that's what I would hope that we have a positive outcome here.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Alder Rummel.
Thank you. I want to appreciate Dave Lissinger coming. I've worked with him on this for a number of years, and I sort of feel the pain that, like when I was first contacted as being notified that this was finally coming to the end, I felt it kind of like a kick. You know how these things are when people are struggling. And so I appreciate his apologies, and I appreciate that he's found a way forward that would help him, I think, kind of feel like he's doing right by this property. And I hope that, I guess now I am going to support this motion, because I hope that then you, Dave, and your colleague that you have found will move forward with staff as they said they will be open for. Thank you.
Just one clarification, Alder Rummel. I thought you had indicated at the beginning you were recusing yourself from this. Did I misunderstand?
No, I did not. I said I wanted to abstain because I thought it was on the consent agenda, and having not been able to express any of the drama/trauma of this, I didn't really want to vote for it. So, but now we've had the opportunity with the applicant showing up.
Okay. Thank you, Alder, for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other discussion, comments before we come to a vote? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, motion passes unanimously. Next item on our agenda is agenda item 11, Legistar 63476, located at 126 Langdon Street, 2nd Alder District, consideration of final plans for a site previously approved for demolition of a residential building with no proposed use. Consideration of a conditional use in the downtown residential 2 district for a multi-family dwelling with more than 8 dwelling units. Consideration of a conditional use to allow outdoor recreation, and consideration of a conditional use to construct 2 additional stories in Area F of the additional heights area map in MGO section 28.071, paren 2, paren B, to allow construction of a 7-story, 106-unit apartment building. We will have a presentation by Ms. Prusak.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Plan Commission. The applicant is requesting approval of a demolition permit, final plan approval, and 3 conditional uses as the chair just described. In 2018, the Plan Commission approved a demolition permit request to demolish a 7-story former dormitory, commonly known as the Langdon. At the time of that Plan Commission approval, there was no proposed future use for the site following the demolition, and as such, the Plan Commission placed a restrictive covenant on the property requiring that the alternative use be approved by the Plan Commission in the future. Then in 2020, the Plan Commission reviewed demolition and conditional use requests for a land proposal on this site, which was ultimately voted to be placed on file without prejudice. In making their motion to place on file, the Plan Commission found that conditional use standards 1, 3, 4, and 9 were not found met. Since that July 2020 meeting, the applicant has submitted a revised land use request, which is now before the Plan Commission. The previous proposal also went before the Urban Design Commission several times in 2019 and 2020. The current proposal did not go before the commission as it's not required by ordinance, nor was it requested by the district alder. Notes and comments from the previous UDC meetings are included in the meeting materials, and I can answer more specific UDC related questions after the public hearing. So compared to the previous application, the current proposal includes the following key modifications that are worth noting. There's an incorporation of an 8-foot setback above the third floor for a portion of the facade. There's an additional 14-foot setback along the eastern access drive. There's an addition of on-site loading area to accommodate 2 additional ride share and other curbside vehicles. There's been a reduction in dwelling units from 107 to 106, and a reduction in the number of beds from 376 to 351. And lastly, there's been a reduction in the number of underground parking stalls from 20 to 16 due to the 25-foot front yard setback requirement along Langdon Street. Among the most significant changes compared to the previous request as a response to neighborhood and commission concerns over delivery and rideshare are the additional loading spots on the southeast end of the building. Short-term loading will also be available on the driveway to the trash storage area located on the western side of the building when not in use for trash pickup. So in considering the adopted plan recommendations, the comprehensive plan recommends medium residential uses for the subject site, but more detailed recommendations are included in the 2012 downtown plan. And according to the downtown plan, the site is located within an additional height area, and it is called out as an underutilized site and or obsolete building. And furthermore, the plan identifies this site as an existing out of context building and acknowledges that a new building could be taller or larger than other buildings allowed in the area. So this request is subject to the standards for demolition permits and conditional uses. Including in the conditional use request is an approval for bonus stories within additional height area F in the downtown height map. So in keeping with the zoning requirements for the downtown residential 2 zoning district, building heights in this district are determined by that height map. And according to the map, buildings up to 5 stories are permitted for the site. However, the rear portion of the site is located in a 5+2 bonus story area, which allows up to 7 stories if specific conditions are met. And in keeping with the submitted plans, the additional 2 stories are set back approximately 90 feet from the front of the building and 115 feet from the property line. In terms of the specific criteria for bonus story, staff notes that the Plan Commission should consider conditional use standard number 14 for excess height. I will also note that at the July 27th, 2020 meeting, the Plan Commission did not reference standard 14 when placing the previous request on file without prejudice. In regards to the other conditional use requests, the applicant is also requesting approval of a conditional use to have an outdoor rooftop hot tub with an amenity space. And in order for the conditional use standards to be found for this specific request to be found met, staff notes that a proper management of the space is key and has recommended specific conditions of approval to ensure that the space is safe and not disruptive for neighboring properties. If this aspect of the building is approved, the Plan Commission retains continuing jurisdiction, meaning that if complaints are filed, the commission can take further action on this request. Staff believes that on balance, the approval standards can be found met with this proposal. As I previously stated, and I described in more detail in the staff report, the building height for this site was contemplated in the downtown plan and subsequent drafting of the new zoning code. And it's also located in a potential redevelopment parcel per the downtown plan. While it is located in the Langdon Street National Historic District, this site is not located within a local historic district, and therefore those standards do not apply. Furthermore, while a CSM or a certified survey map will be required to dissolve underlying lot lines, and there will be a rear lot line adjustment adjacent to 142 Langdon, staff notes that this property currently functions as one lot, and dissolving and adjusting lot lines are common with many development proposals. Unlike many projects that the Plan Commission reviews, the applicant did not have to combine separate functioning lots to make this project feasible. Condition of approval number 31 requires that a CSM be submitted for city review and approval and be recorded with the Register of Deeds prior to final sign-off. Considering all this, if the Plan Commission can find the standards met, Planning Division recommends that the Plan Commission approve the demolition and conditional use requests. If the Plan Commission cannot find the approval standards met, then the Commission must specify which standards are not met and include the factors on why they could not be found met. All conditional use findings must be based on substantial evidence and that directly pertains to each standard, and it's not based in personal preference or speculation. Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Prusak. We do have several registrants. The first registrant that we will hear from is Brian Munson, 120 East Lakeside Street, in support, wishing to speak, representing Core Spaces. Mr. Munson.
Good evening. Brian Munson with Vanderwall & Associates, here on behalf of Core Spaces, as noted, for the 126 Langdon project. With me tonight are Jeff Zelisko with Antunovich Associates and Rodney King with Core Spaces. And we thank you for the opportunity to present the revised conditional use request for the project. This application is a reflection of numerous discussions and revisions prior to resubmittal, with direct input from city staff and Alder Heck to create an application that bridges the preferred architectural recommendations of the Urban Design Commission and the Plan Commission's request to reduce the scale of the facade along Langdon Street. I'd like to begin tonight's discussion with some of the context as Sydney referred to in the adopted report. Next slide, please. Like the previous application, this submittal is a direct implementation of the recommendations of the adopted plans and zoning. The site specifically addressed in the comprehensive plan, the downtown plan, and the zoning code, with clear recommendations in support of redeveloping the site formerly occupied by a 7-story dormitory. When all the plan recommendations are layered together, the adopted plans are very clear in supporting the redevelopment of this site, with guidelines that support the exact scale and heights that are included in this proposal. When you step back and place these recommendations in the context of the neighborhood, it further reinforces the plan's goals to, quote, incorporate limited development within the neighborhood while maintaining the area's historic and architectural integrity. In that, the best way to implement this goal is to develop sites that do not require removal of any buildings or combination of lots. This site is uniquely positioned, unlike other recent proposals in the neighborhood, such as the one on Lake Street, in that it, as a former non-contributing 7-story building, has been removed, and the contributing building at 142 Langdon will remain. Furthermore, through extensive conversations with staff and Alder Heck, this proposal was revised to follow UDC's architectural guidance, which noted that this is their preferred architecture and that is compatible with the neighborhood. It addresses the Plan Commission's request to refine Langdon Street facade to break down the scale through step backs and setbacks, which have been incorporated into the design through a net reduction of 25 beds. The packet also addresses the Plan Commission and neighborhood concern on delivery and circulation through the integration of 4 off-street loading and delivery stalls and enhanced guest bike and moped parking. Next slide, please. The resulting project and changes are substantial adjustments to the massing along Langdon and to the circulation. This is evident in the change from the overall staff position moving from could find to a recommendation that the standards are met, confirming that this proposal meets the standards of the underlying zoning and satisfies each of the standards of approval for the conditional use request. We support staff's recommendations and accept the conditions outlined in the report. Tonight, we ask for your approval as confirmation of the adopted plans, as well as a reflection of the evolution of the project based on your feedback. As always, we're happy to answer any questions you may have, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Munson. The next registrant is Jeffrey Zelisko, 21779 North Green Forest Road, Deer Park, Illinois. In support, wishing to speak, representing Core Spaces. Mr. Zelisko. You will have 3 minutes.
If you could go to, there's another slide, A2. One more. Good evening, Plan Commission members. My name is Jeff Salisco. I'm a senior principal with Antunovich Associates representing Core Spaces. I'd like to start with the slide. With the proposed design, we have increased the setbacks and decreased the mass from the previous scheme. This is the result of reducing density and reduction of the bed count from 379 beds to 351 beds. While reducing the mass, we maintain the architectural character supported by the UDC. No, we presented a traditional design expression to UDC. They strongly preferred this approach. Next slide, please. Thank you. This rendering reinforces the proposed rhythm and scale of the masonry building elements along Langdon, which are consistent with the surrounding buildings. Lush landscaping afforded by the 25-foot setback allows for a softened streetscape character and building entry sequence. Next slide, please. This rendering from Lake Mendota shows the varied character and size of the buildings in the neighborhood, many of which are similar in scale to this project. Next slide, please. This is the site plan. This shows the 4 drop-off spaces. As mentioned earlier, we previously had 2. It also shows how we're maintaining the 25-foot setback and also providing a 25-foot setback from this building to 142 Langdon. Also, the access drive on the east side of the building, previously not a fire access drive, has been widened based on this design to provide a fire access drive, a far safer condition than exists today. On the east side of the building, we provided a mountable curb to our sidewalk, which would allow this access drive to also be used as a fire access drive. Presently, it cannot be used as such. Next slide, please. This is our circulation plan. This was requested by Plan Commission in the previous hearing. This document shows the orderly movement around the site with the 4 drop-off and pickup spaces, vehicular access, bike access and moped access, and pedestrian access, especially for our neighbors, where we've provided a sidewalk on the west side of the building that is almost exclusively for their use for safe access and egress from their locations. I'd like to reiterate that this proposal, based on the Plan Commission staff report, meets the applicable approval standards for this project. Thank you very much for your time. We, again, as Brian mentioned, are happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zalesko. Our next registrant is Rodney King, 1643 North Milwaukee Street, Chicago, Illinois, in support, wishing to speak, representing Core Spaces. Mr. King, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Rodney King. I'm Senior Vice President of Development for Core Spaces. Obviously, we are here to present the 126 Langdon proposal. And we've purposely shortened our presentation tonight because I think we demonstrated at the last meeting that this project did have support. Although there were some, negative feedback, there was certainly overwhelming support for the project at that meeting. Primarily, I wanted to address kind of the long-term management plan and circulation plans, which have been submitted as a supplemental to this presentation. The management plan has been reviewed and vetted by MPD, and we've incorporated their suggestions and comments. Also, the circulation plan was at issue, and Jeff just briefly touched on that. There is also a written narrative that has been submitted by us to assure that the circulation of this site is adequate. And we are, in closing, we are very pleased to see that the staff report believes that the conditions have been met. We've obviously been working closely with staff in Alder Heck, and we concur with their recommendation that the conditions of approval have been met. And with that, we'll leave it open for questions for our team and for me also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. The next registrant is Barbara Garrity, 120 Langdon Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Ms. Garrity.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, all. My name is Barb Garrity, and I live at 120 Langdon Street, right next to the proposed building site at 126 Langdon. On the subject of massing, I'd like to say that from a distance, massing is what makes the most visual impact of a building. This building would come in at 144,000 gross square feet. The total gross square footage of the 5 other buildings sharing that block side is 68,078 gross feet. 126 Langdon would be twice as large as the 5 other buildings combined. The visual impact would be of a gross oversized building, dwarfing all of the surrounding buildings, and one that does not fit in with the historic nature of the neighborhood. One positive that came from the demolition of 126 was that 120 Langdon had sun shining in the windows, a delight for all. Also, this sun greatly reduced the dangerous black ice that regularly formed on the fine fire lane between 120 and 126 Langdon. The shadow study shows that the sunlight will all but be gone and it will be missed. Also, the often problematic and dangerous fire lane will again not have direct sunlight to help with the melting of the ice. The problem with the salting on that hill is that the salt melts the ice and then it all runs off together down the hill, leaving no salt for when temperatures fall and it freezes. Also, this salt runs into the lake. I ask that if this project is approved, this drive in the walkway, which the shadow study also shows will receive little to no sunlight, be required to be constructed with radiant heat to keep them safe for the very heavy population traffic. As to the circulation issue as it relates to loading zones, rideshare, and deliveries, Langdon Street was just not designed to handle this new world of Ubers, Eat Street, and Amazon. Langdon Street can barely handle what it has now, and certainly not very well. With the addition of 350 more residents on the block and their many guests, the already difficult and challenging traffic flow issues that cause a daily safety issue for us residents will only get worse. And for the August turnover, 126 Langdon will not be providing even one guest parking space. August 14th to August 16th, 350 out, 350 in about 3 days. That is 746 vehicles that need to get packed and unpacked without one available parking space. How is this even remotely possible? It is already a nightmare situation and they will only add to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garrity. Our next registrant is Francis Ingebrigtsen, 504 Wisconsin Avenue, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Ms. Ingebrigtsen.
Yes.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. There are numerous issues involved with the Hub 2 proposal, but the inability to meet the required conditional use standards, numbers 3, 4, 9, and 14, is the fatal flaw that should sink this project. I'm aware that several people have covered the standards issues. We'll cover the issues tonight. If this project is approved, the impact of this massive out-of-context building will destroy the historic sense of place in the 100 block, and the quality of life in the surrounding area will plunge. No one is more aware of the damage than the house directors adjacent of the adjacent sororities. They understand exactly what Hub 2 would mean for the livability of the properties that they supervise. If Core Spaces is allowed to proceed, the economics of all nearby properties will be greater as a teardown. During the Plan Commission meeting on May 12th, a Core Spaces executive told the commission, and I quote, "Allowing density on the site is preserving contributing buildings. Also, the impact of this project should be minimal. This project has less occupants and is the same building height as the previous building," end of quote. Instead of preserving contributing buildings, allowing a huge out-of-scale building in a historic district will fuel the pressure for increased redevelopment, resulting in the loss of irreplaceable historic resources. Just because the Langdon Dorm had a density of 373 human bodies who lived in 192 sleeping rooms, mostly double, with every other need provided in communal spaces. Core Spaces feels they have a right to demand the same density. According to an executive, there was a 7-story building on this site previously, so that density was factored into the valuation from the seller, Steve Brown. The high density was because there were only sleeping rooms and everything else was communal. One wonders what the executive was thinking when he repeatedly said the impact from this project should be minimal. Replacing a former building with a gross floor area that was 81,660 square feet with a building that is 157,386 square feet, or 51% higher, doesn't sound like a small impact on the neighborhood. The Core Spaces executive told the Plan Commission.
Thank you, Ms. Ingerbich, and that concludes your 3 minutes. The next registrant is Tammy Ehrman, 1817 Waterbend Drive, Verona, Wisconsin, opposed and wishing to speak, representing the Delta 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 House Corporation. Ms. Ehrman.
You are unmuted on our end.
Okay.
Hello.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I would just like to reiterate the importance of losing out on such a wonderful historically significant area. Once we have gone to adding buildings of this size, mass, and structure to Langdon Street, there is no way to go back to the charming and historical nature that it is right now. I understand the need for greater density, and I understand that we need housing in the downtown Madison area, but to lose out on one of the most historically important areas of the city, I think is a big mistake. All of the other factors as far as the standards, I believe everyone has said that in a great number of different ways, and I agree with that, but I think the historical part is a subjective part of the equation, and that is the part that I feel needs to really be monitored. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ehrman. The next registrant is Sean King, 1806 Masters Lane, Madison, Wisconsin, opposed, wishing to speak, representing the Delta 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 House Corporation, which is located at 130 Langdon Street. Sean, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to reiterate what everyone else has been commenting on. And I've read the comments from the public in the letters as well. And I also feel the same, that the mass has not changed. Nothing in the plan submitted prior to this to now has really substantially made a big difference in terms of the massing. While it's 7 stories, I think the biggest problem with the massing is as you go down the hill towards the lakefront, it actually becomes 9. And it just feels so out of proportion to everything else around our area. And in terms of that, that just feels wrong to me. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. King. The next registrant is Christine Hughes, 152 Langdon Street, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak, representing the Alpha Chi Omega Building Association. Ms. Hughes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Without duplicating what the previous speakers have talked about, I'd like to reiterate that this is a historic area, and our local Alpha Chi Omega organization has owned and operated the property at 152 Langdon, which is directly west of this project, for 125 years this May. We originally acquired it from the Tenney family, and over the years have invested millions of dollars in this site in order to remain true to the traditional historic charm of Langdon Street, while making the house modern enough to be attractive to today's young women. These drawings that have been shown illustrate the massive industrial scale and the glaring departure from the flavor of the neighborhood. There's lots that could be said on that, but I would like to move on to the safety and quiet enjoyment issue. Based on reports from other developer sites, we're very concerned for the safety of the 60 young women that live next door to this project. We're going to have to put in increased security, make many investments, which I can outline at some other point. But the upper stories of this proposed project will look directly down into our young ladies' rooms. And to me, that is a complete and total invasion of privacy. The young ladies' rooms are not air conditioned, and the additional noise generated by a large apartment building, music, parties, and general traffic is going to be a major nuisance and distraction. It's not feasible to expect the ladies to simply close their windows, because it would cost us millions of dollars to air condition those rooms. The inclusion of a common/party space on the roof is a recipe for difficulties with the neighbors. Beyond the inevitable unwanted noise and risk of projectiles, the risk of projectiles are very real, whether it's broken glass from beer bottles in the alley or being targeted by water balloons and bottle rockets. Any construction site is always disruptive for the neighbors, but the magnitude of this project prompts concerns regarding the integrity of the neighboring buildings on many levels. For this reason, it's very hard to envision the addition of that many rooms, 24/7 residents on this block. And the structure as proposed is not really a positive consequence for the neighborhood. Thank you for the opportunity to present these concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes. Our next registrant is Emil Goyle, 625 Elm Drive. Madison, opposed, wishing to speak, representing the Campus Area Neighborhood Association. Mr. Goyle.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and for everyone for your comments. The Campus Area Neighborhood Association, as some of you are familiar, is a grassroots not-for-profit advocacy group that meets regularly to build civic engagement, community solidarity, and neighborhood advocacy for the residents of the campus and related areas. In connection with our locally elected alders, Heck, Revere, and Prester Giacomo of the City of Madison, we are officially recognized as a neighborhood association, and we are very grateful for the Hub 2 developers, Core Spaces, to come regularly to our meetings over the past several months. After all deliberations, however, the steering committee has expressed serious discomfort with the Hub 2 proposal. The steering committee does not believe that Core Spaces is willing or able to manage this property in the long term. In terms of the management itself, the committee believes that the building will not provide the safety and security sufficient for a healthy living experience for the students and other residents of the UW-Madison campus and related areas, even though they've presented a plan to the city and the police department. This building will sit on a federally recognized historic district and will impair the character of the area. The massing, size, and scale remain excessive, and the changes from the previous proposal are at best minimal. The bonus stories do not add quality to the project as required by city ordinance, but rather they just add quantity, and therefore they should not be approved. The developer has not promised that there will be any affordable housing units in this project, and at best, the Hub 2 will contain market rent prices, which is not sufficient to protect individuals of low-income backgrounds on or off the UW-Madison campus. The developer has created some adjustments to the site circulation plan, but they have not resolved the underlying issues which we have brought to the developers in the first place. They will not allow for the 2 additional loading stalls will not allow for neighboring residents to enter and exit their own homes, and the driveway cannot be properly maintained should the proposal of this size and scale be presented to the Plan Commission and approved. Thank you for your time and have a wonderful rest of your evening.
Thank you, Mr. Goyle. Our next registrant is Joe Lawton-Jaluki, 5202 Monument Lane, Madison, in support, wishing to speak. And sorry, I didn't know how to pronounce your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Joe Lawton-Jaluki. I am a carpenter with Madison Local 314. I started my career in the trades on a project just like this one in the same district 16 years ago. I was a 19-year-old apprentice who couldn't afford college, but knew I wanted a better life than the one I left behind in Milwaukee. With projects like this, those same opportunities will not exist. Without projects like those same opportunities will not exist for young men and women who are fighting for a better life today. The developer Core Spaces has chosen to partner with a contractor that values our community as much as our union members do. Throughout this last turbulent year and a half, union carpenter members have been active in our communities, from food banks to volunteer projects to helping local business owners on State Street put up and take down plywood while preserving the historic street art that has become part of this city's story. We care about the communities we build, and so does Findorf. They have helped hundreds of young men and women start their careers through the state apprenticeship and youth apprenticeship programs. They are currently one of Madison's largest employer of carpenter apprentices. Union labor isn't always the easy choice, but we are always the best investment for a community. Our highly trained workforce, safety training, and commitment to a family-sustaining, livable wage are rivaled by none. The developer Core Spaces has invested the time and money into bringing forth a proposal that fits the community's needs and partnered with a local, socially responsible contractor to ensure that every worker on this project has real equity. Approval of this project will open up opportunities for so many young people. Those future apprentices will come to be vital parts of our community for years to come. And I'm asking you to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Our next registrant is Thomas Hickey, 620 North Carroll Street, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, representing North Central States Regional Council of Carpenters.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Thomas Hickey. I graduated from UW-Madison in 2019, and I've been working and living downtown for the Carpenters ever since. I currently live at 620 North Carroll Street, about a block away from the proposed site. And because of that, I've gotten pretty involved and attended all the steering committee meetings. I appreciate the neighborhood and steering committees for their engagement with the developer in the city, but my opinion on the project differs a little bit from the report. I do support approval of this project and the updated plans presented by Core Spaces. The city of Madison needs more living options, and this empty lot on Langdon Street is a great location to start and will allow for future students and residents to live in this beautiful side of the city. As Madison hopes to grow and keep more of its graduates here, we need more decent places for them to live. I understand the concerns on affordability with this project, but I don't think all of Madison's rent problems can be addressed with one building. Madison has an extremely low vacancy rate, one that is definitely unhealthy for a city this size. So we need more living options and development to address this issue and make living more affordable for everyone over time. I was really impressed with Core Space's commitment to working with the neighborhood to improve project plans so the building better fits the community. I think the new setbacks in design, the reduction in bed count, an increase in loading area spots have greatly improved the design, rhythm, and circulation of the project. Core Spaces has gone above and beyond to address the concerns of the commission and the neighborhood and should be awarded with approval of the plans presented today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hickey. Our next registrant is Juliana Rose Bennett, 1022 West Johnson Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Ms. Bennett.
Hi. Okay. So thank you for having me here today. My name is Juliana Bennett, and I am a university student, an activist, and also I'm running for District 8 Alder, and I am opposed to this project. So before going into like the exact details of like why you can oppose this project, will just tell you about my experience as living in one of Core Spaces projects in the James. I came in and I want to like share this with you because I think that this is like really relevant to the people that will be occupying or living in this development should it happen. So I lived in the James my freshman year, or my sophomore year was kind of shuffled into this extremely high rent of a $1,250 lease that was extremely unaffordable for me. And literally in my spring semester, I worked 30 hours per week on top of school just to pay for this big big lease that I couldn't afford. What's more is that it was literally a ripoff because the rooms were small, the Wi-Fi was crappy, the furniture was crappy. It was an overall very not bad living experience. And the thing is, when I look at this Hub 2 project, I see the same development except in a different area. One thing that, and when I came to Core Spaces to talk about the affordability aspect, they talk about how Madison does have low vacancy rates. However, they're obviously looking for partial credit there because Core Spaces markets itself as student housing. There are not more students this year as there were last year or 2 years ago. The amount there's still that means that there's still the same amount of housing that's needed, and it hasn't grown exponentially in the last year. So they have absolutely zero plan for affordable housing in this plan. And I think that really, really needs to be highlighted, especially because the people that are going to be living in this neighborhood, those that are in Greek life, those that are just regular students are opposed to this plan, and they're opposed to this plan for the reason that we've had terrible experiences with Hub 2. Furthermore, I have very, very fond memories of walking down Langdon, and especially in the historical area, it just has a different feel to it to see the Greek life, and I would really hate to see that be taken away by some.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. That concludes your 3 minutes. Our next registrant is Matthew Mitnick, 202 North Brick Street, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak. Mr. Mitnick, you have 3 minutes.
There's no person in attendance by that name.
Okay, moving on. The next registrant is Benji Ramirez Gomez, 20 North Franklin Street, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak. Mr. Gomez, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Benji Ramirez Gomez. My pronouns are they, them, me, and I'm here to speak against the Core Spaces project. As the community has come forth and said, this project supports nobody but the developer. It does not create housing that is sustainable for our students. It does not ameliorate carbon emissions and dense traffic, car traffic in the downtown area. And it does nothing to actually provide a service to the people of Madison. This is a building that exploits people for their money. This is a building that continues to make UW-Madison an elitist university. These are the kinds of developments and prioritizations that result in the ousting of people of color and the ousting of people living in poverty to further and further reigns of the city. when we look at what happened when student dormitory was first built in the downtown area, Black and brown people were pushed to the far extremes of the north and south side. I know. I grew up there. People currently live in Vera Court and the Badger Rock Road area because of prioritizations of the downtown area. Now, when I look at core spaces, the services that they provide are not sufficient for anybody. They are overpriced, very small space for people who can afford to pay it. The building and resulting proof of this building is just that Madison doesn't want it. And there's something truly democratic about an institution that does not listen to its people. With that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking. Our next registrant is Catherine Johnson, 228 Langdon Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Ms. Johnson.
You are unmuted at our end. You may have a prompt to unmute yourself.
Ms. Johnson, might your microphone be muted?
You may want to check to see if there's a prompt, a little window pop up asking you to unmute yourself that may be behind your Zoom window.
There.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Hi. Sorry, my Zoom did something odd.
Okay. You have 3 minutes, Ms. Johnson.
Okay, thank you so much. Hi, so I'm a resident of Langdon, right near that proposed area. And also, I know a lot of UW students. I'm not one myself, but many of my friends are. And I would like to speak about the forgotten in this situation. A couple of people have already shone light on that. But the forgotten students of UW are the low-income students. And this is relevant, how the school treats low-income students, because the way the school treats them, the way the school fails to acknowledge that community, contributes to how the rest of the community fails at it. So, things like UW's meal program. I know someone who was at UW a long time ago and worked against that because it directly impacted low-income students. Another incidents at UW, professors consistently treat their students as if they don't have jobs, as if they live off their parents. And I know many people who do not. So for example, a student working 2 jobs consistently gets told by professors, come to this outside of class hours event. And if you don't, because you work, you get a failing grade on that project. I know 2 people to whom that has happened. UW says, hey, we're inclusive, we have scholarships. But after the scholarship, you're on your own. And one of those things that you're on your own on is housing. Those absurd costs, regardless of any scholarship, make it impossible for people to attend that university. And we're told that the way to get ahead, the way to succeed later, is to go to university. And then we make it impossible for people to do that if they don't have a previous boost from their families. I know people who've worked 1, 2 jobs that don't pay very well. Our jobs downtown don't pay very well. A lot of our students work at coffee shops making maybe $12 an hour, sometimes 10 plus tips that they don't always get. Someone working at Taco Bell to go through law school, trying not to get those student loans that will affect their success later. And those same people have struggled to find housing here that they can afford. And if they have to commute in from farther away where housing is less expensive, then they have to have a car, which is more expensive, or spend time on the bus, which costs them hours in transit time. So They need to live downtown, but it is also made prohibitively expensive for them to be downtown. We need more housing on Langdon, but we do not need luxury housing on Langdon. So I hope that you will consider the disenfranchised, the unlistened to, my friends, and the people I consider family that live in this area as well. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you, Catherine Johnson. Our next registrant is Megan Spielbauer Sandate, 312 North Carroll Street, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak. Megan Sandate. You have 3 minutes.
There's no person in attendance with that name.
Okay, moving on. The next registrant is Bob Kleba, 704 East Gorham Street, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak. Bob Kleba, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Bob Kleba, and I've been working on this development proposal since October of 2019, first as steering committee chair and now as a neighbor. In the applicant's presentation and the staff's introduction tonight, we hear about many changes made from the application that you placed on file last year. These changes have done nothing to reduce the massing of the proposed building or to improve its integration with the historic Langdon Street and Mansion Hill neighborhoods. We are now looking at a 350-bed building, which is way out of place in this site. Linda Leonards, in her comments, goes into great detail about how much the applicant proposes to maximize the development potential of the property without regard to the neighborhood or to the city. Our neighborhood commissioned a group of urban and historic planners to review this proposed project. Beyond how much this proposed development does not fit with the rhythm and flow of the historic Langdon Street and Mansion Hill neighborhoods, our consultants point out an issue that was not addressed in the staff report provided to the Plan Commission. That is, that the size of the proposed development would encourage the demolition and consolidation of nearby properties in order to maximize profitability. Legacy Architects, Linda Leonards, and I discussed this issue in our comments, and planning staff raised it in recommending the denial of a CUP for 619-621 North Lake Street at the other end of the Langdon Street neighborhood. I asked the commissioners to consider the long-term impact the applicant's proposed development will have on this traditionally collegiate neighborhood. We feel that this potential precedent could destroy the deep fabric of architectural resources that we, alumni, and the city hold dear. If this were the first time the commission saw this application, you would be shocked by the massing, the lack of sympathy with the historic neighborhoods, and the casual approach to managing a luxury apartment building targeted to the Greek life community. In this application, we don't see any efforts to address these concerns. I asked the commissioners to deny this application for not meeting standards of approval 3, 4, 9, and 14 as I document in my comments to the commission. In particular, standard 4 needs to be emphasized in our current residential development climate, where large-scale developments are setting the trend for what we see in the downtown core. Approving this application will invariably lead to further large-scale development and to the demolition of the historic fabric of Madison in this area. It is obvious that something will be developed on this site. Your denial of this application will allow for a future application that is compatible with the long-term sustainability of Langdon Street and Mansion Hill neighborhoods. The proposed development in this application is not appropriate for the neighborhood or for the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next registrant is Larissa Joanna, 206 North Blair Street, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak. Larissa Joanna, you have 3 minutes.
Chair, there is no person in attendance with that name, although the person you called before, Bob, previously is now back in attendance.
Okay, why don't we move back then to Megan Spielbauer Sandate. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, I'm actually in a class right now, so I'm just coming back. So hi, my name is Megan Spielbauer Sandate. I use she, her, ea pronouns, and I'm a UW-Madison student. I'm speaking in opposition to agenda item number 11. I don't believe that the Hub 2 plan should be accepted, as I believe that the Hub 2 development plan is a superficial commitment to sustainable urbanization. As I said, I'm a student, so I'm going to use the class material that I've paid a significant amount of money to learn. So in this sustainable triangle of green urbanism, there's three main principles: economics, environment, and equity. And I find the Hub 2 to be lacking in all of those things. Economically speaking, Hub 2 benefits core spaces, as they'll surely make good money off of this building. However, for the rest of student housing, this could mean a huge increase in rent prices. Hub 2 developers claim that they're going to supply additional housing to meet a rising demand to live in the downtown area. What they fail to mention and address is how their higher rents will likely increase the price of living in the rest of this area. This building isn't going to alleviate demand for places nearby, and it will push their rents up. Second, environmentally, I'm not convinced by this national green building standard sticker that the Hub 2 is allegedly going to receive. One, not only with different facing and passive building strategies, I'm not convinced that they've really addressed all the ways in which they could set up their building to be the most sustainable that it could be. For example, the steering committee brought forth concerns about something as simple as having both mixed paper and plastic recycling. If Hub 2 is committed to sustainability, they consider providing not only those options and instructions for residents about how to do proper recycling, but they could also have compost drop-off for the entire neighborhood. That building alone could generate significant compost material, and I know as a nearby resident, I would greatly appreciate that opportunity to have a location to drop off compost. I'm just using this as an example of what the Hub 2 could offer that would benefit the entire Langdon area. Obviously, compost isn't the only sustainable issue, but I think if they were committed to staying in this neighborhood and committed to being a benefit to this neighborhood, that they could offer something like that or services of that nature. But I don't believe that they're committed to this neighborhood, considering that they have sold all of their other properties. And as being a national developer, I don't think that they are committed to seeing Langdon as a street, as well as the rest of Madison, grow as a space. Which brings me to my last point of equity. Hub 2 has continually stated that they can't afford to provide affordable housing. Ultimately, when we talk about community and what we want Madison to look like, we need to be asking what kind of community we're trying to cultivate. I won't pretend that Langdon Street is an inviting place on campus. I don't enjoy living near it due to the white, privileged, misogynistic Greek-like culture that just permeates the area. But making another building where rent is going to be more than $1,000 a person isn't going to change that. It's going to continue to perpetuate the type of culture that had a huge party on the lake with no masks and left litter everywhere.
Thank you, Megan Standate. That concludes your 3 minutes. Our next registrant is Alexandra Wilburn, 25 East Gorham Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. First, I'd actually like to address the fact that you are stating everyone's full address. I believe that the city council has now stopped doing that. I mean, they still say your street name, which I oppose. For example, people who have domestic violence issues, maybe stalker issue. It's a matter of safety. So I would appreciate if that would be taken into consideration, that this is a practice that you do not take part in. I am opposed, as most everyone else is on this call, to the overpriced, poorly constructed building. There's really not much I can say, although it's not very often that I hear some of my more radical in terms of we really want human rights for every single person align with the two sorority entities. I don't think we align all the time. So it's very nice to see that we do align on some of these issues. I also would like to encourage all of you to use your heightened power to message the district attorney and tell him to reopen the case against Matt Kenny and support arresting and convicting him with murder for the murder of Tony Robinson. I give the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
And thank you for your comment about address. I will definitely move forward with just the street name. Our next registrant is Jeremy Ryan, Southwest Canyon Court, Portland, Oregon. Posed and wishing to speak. Jeremy Ryan, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'd like to request the ability to have video so that people who are hard of hearing would be able to, understand what I'm saying.
That's not our capability right now. Would you like to continue or?
Yeah, I'll still continue. That's fine. I just want my objection known to the not being available. It's been over a year. But as far as this monstrosity of a building goes, this does absolutely nothing for anyone except for core spaces. And as you hear, the only people who are supporting it are the people who are going to make money off of it. The neighborhood doesn't want it. The community, I think, as you'll hear today, doesn't want it, or it's what I've heard so far, doesn't want it. The only people that want it are people who can make money off of it. And it's not going to give any affordable housing. What Langdon needs is a little bit of, probably a little bit of diversity. I think Langdon could use some reverse gentrification, and I think Langdon could use some ultra affordable housing, and to have Langdon be a little bit have a little something more there than just rich white kids. And so I terribly oppose this. And also I oppose Core Spaces. Core Spaces ran their first building so horribly that they had to have Greystar buy them out. Now, if anybody knows Greystar's history, Greystar does not buy out buildings that are actually running well. Greystar buys out distressed properties for pennies on the dollar because they're being run so horribly that they're just going to go bankrupt. And so Core Spaces couldn't even run their first building in Madison, and now they're asking you to build a second one. They're like, oh, let me build another monstrosity when we horribly failed our first one. And so, to even consider this is absolutely ridiculous, and it's kind of insulting. And so, yeah, with that, I'll yield my time, I guess. Just don't vote on this.
Thank you for your comments. I understand that Matthew Mitnick is now available and registered. Could we move to Matthew Mitnick, North Brook Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak? You have 3 minutes.
Hello, members of the Plan Commission. My name is Matthew Mitnick. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm also a student. So first and foremost, this project has been before you a number of times, and they continue to not address any of the concerns that have been brought up at the quite frequent number of meetings that Core Spaces has brought this proposal to you. And I first want to mention that it's not affordable, and in a housing crisis that we are in with such limited vacancy rates in the city, it's asinine to continue to pander to luxury developers who exist solely to make a profit. And if you just look at the track record of Core Spaces, they've bribed students to speak at these meetings in the past. They have built large buildings and then just sold it immediately to turn a profit. These should not be the luxury developers that we welcome into this city. And we really need to ask ourselves who benefits from this project. And I believe that's at the top of all the meeting agendas. And it's at the top of your meeting agenda tonight. Who benefits from this? What are the unintended consequences? And what it will do is it'll just continue to gentrify the neighborhood and continue to make it unaffordable for students to live anywhere remotely close to campus. And from what I understand, Core Spaces has used a filtering effect argument to claim that luxury housing today is affordable housing tomorrow. If any of these developers have taken a real estate class or even just opened up a book, that it just statistically does not happen. Filtering never works as the theories or as they suggest, because what's going to happen is with such low vacancy rates in the city, the luxury housing will continue to be at such a high rate and those who are moving out into the luxury housing are just going to be replaced by pretty much more rich white people. So I would urge you to oppose this development. And I haven't even touched upon the conditional use standards and how several of them have not even been met by this proposal, from the architecture to the facade to the streetscape. So I'm sure other speakers have gone into this already, but approving this would really just be going against everything the community is saying. And if you truly care about those you represent, specifically students, you'll vote no on this project and send a clear message that we do not welcome gentrified developments into this city. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Kurt Steggy, Cambridge Road, Madison. Opposed, wishing to speak, representing the Madison Trust for Historic Preservation. You have 3 minutes.
This is an audio check. All okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
I am speaking on behalf of the 250 members of the 45-year-old Madison Trust for Historic Preservation. First, I'd like to thank you, commissioners, for your public service sitting on this commission and thoughtfully handling your responsibilities. The trust has submitted a written document opposing this proposed development. The document notes that this is a highly sensitive location in terms of historic preservation. It's in the middle of a national district. It's immediately adjacent to the local district. There's a proposed district that this would also be in the middle of. I'll note that there has been reference to whether the landmarks ordinance applies here, and it's my reading of 4122 of the ordinance, that's 4A, says any new structure located within 200 feet of other historic resources, and that refers to resources in the Mansion Hill Historic District, shall be visually compatible with those historic resources in the following ways. 1, height. 2, gross volume. I have looked at the relatively gross floor area of the 10 buildings surrounding this proposed structure. All 10 of those buildings are designated as historic, either individually or as a national or local historic district. If you look at the largest of those 10, this building would be 10 times the size. If you look at the smallest of those 10, this proposed building would be 60 times, that's 60 times the gross floor area. One consequence of this, and it's been pointed out by others, is that it will encourage, if it is adopted, if it is permitted, it will encourage historic properties, the owners of historic properties, not to maintain them, because the value of the property will be set at what could be constructed on the property without the historic building. So it would...
that concludes your available time. Thank you for your comments. Our next registrant is Allison Bell Byrne, East Mifflin, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Chair, there's no person in attendance with that name.
Okay, thank you. The next registrant is Kay Galuska, East Mifflin Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Kay Galuska, you have 3 minutes.
Chair, there's no person in attendance with that name.
Okay, thank you. The next registrant is Aomi Obusha, Mill Street, Madison, Wisconsin, opposed and wishing to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I would like to also thank Core Spaces for just listening to the community and telling us a little bit more about their plans during the neighborhood association meetings. Although there were definite concerns, the biggest concern that I would have is the culture that their building creates or will continue to create there on Langdon. So Langdon, as we know, has most of the sororities and fraternities, and the building was geared for their members, specifically, I would say juniors and seniors, because of its lack of affordability. But I think that's something that we are, wanting to address as we're trying to. And as a current student, we want to make sure that the community's voice is being amplified, and we want it to be accessible to everyone. So the affordability aspect of the proposed project is a huge concern for myself. And the fact that there is no parking, I would say that there's so many people already on Langdon, and the fact that we know that there's going to be people bringing guests and having families and moving in and moving out, and having at least 300 people there, it's too much. It's way too much. And it's a huge concern. We also proposed having like a window pane that has some type of screen. And that was something that they did not mention in the meetings. And we know that, things usually get thrown from buildings, especially if there's alcohol involved. And this is in a sorority and fraternity area. So the lake, being accessible to the lake is a huge concern. I would say the lake is one of the biggest assets that we have here in Madison. And the fact that there could be a potential of things being thrown out on straight directly to the lake, especially when we're seeing all the trash. Even now with the parties on the lake, on the ice, we're seeing that people reporting trash being everywhere is something that is a huge concern and should be a concern for everyone here in Madison who loves their home. At the end of the day, I'm against this project basis on affordability, parking, and so many other concerns. And the community is not supporting this at all. And so I would, encourage everyone to ask more questions and look deeply into the reasons why, and understand that this is our community, this is our home, and we're trying to make sure that it doesn't change in a way that's not accessible to everyone. Thank you. With that, I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next registrant is Deanne Shaughnessy, Langdon Street, opposed and wishing to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm the house director across the street from Tridelt at Chi Omega. And I feel Core Spaces doesn't seem to realize the congestion their behemoth of building will cause. They also ignore the fact that Langdon is a neighborhood, not a business area. Their building, with an eyesore of a size, is likened to putting a big box store in the middle of a quaint shopping area. I feel they think if they keep pushing, they'll wear everybody down. Core Spaces also has a history of making promises about management of their building, and then they sell. When questioned, indirect answers are given. Students will be managing the building, and security will be spotty at best. That is a huge concern. Developments by Core Spaces in other cities have been huge disappointments. I've noticed that, and somebody else had said this, so I'm just reiterating, I've noticed that those that are for the building consist of Core Space employees and building trades, which I don't know why building trade jobs has anything to do with these conversations. That should not even be involved in this. Those opposed are residents who are left to deal with the after effects. Please take this into consideration. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you for your comments. Our next registrant is James McFadden, Langdon Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Chair, there is no person in attendance with that name.
Okay, thank you. The next registrant is David Bunzel, Sycamore Court, Cupertino, California, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, representing the Theta Chi fraternity, 210 Langdon Street. The next registrant is Emma Neal, North Pinckney Street, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, followed by Cleo Lee, College Court, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Zoe Rusinski, Regent Street, opposed, not wishing to speak, available to answer questions. Anna Combrink, Langdon Street, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, available to answer questions. Anna St. Martin, West Johnson Street, Plymouth, Minnesota, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Emily, North Francis Street, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. The remaining registrants all appear to be opposed, with a couple of neither supporting nor opposing. There's several dozen registrants. Okay. With that, I will ask if there are any questions of any of our registrants. Alder Heck.
Thank you. I have a question for Christine Hughes, if she's still on the call.
Christine Hughes. Yes, it appears that she may be. Can we get her unmuted?
I'm unmuted.
Okay, very good. Go ahead.
Thank you, Christine. I know your sorority that you work with and where you live is just west of the proposed site. And you mentioned in your comments that you felt like there were investments you were going to need to be able to make in your building in order as a result of the Hub 2 being built. Can you describe what you meant by that?
Yes, thanks for the question. We will probably have to increase our utilization of private security. We're really afraid, especially with the parking lot back there, that we might have to install an electronic gate to the parking lot, and the installation of the of monitoring and installation and monitoring of security cameras. Also, we probably are going to have to take a look at all ground level casements or windows and any spot where people might be able to get in. And the security in the parking lot, it was mentioned briefly by one of the other people. During what I think the city refers to as hippie Christmas, when everybody moves in and out, it really is a disaster in that alleyway in our lot. We have actually had people spit at us and physically threaten people to park back there. So I just can't imagine actually doubling that because of move in, move out. If there were 350 residents, it would be 700 additional cars to pick things up.
Thanks. So it sounds like a lot of it is related to your parking lot security, as well as some issues you're concerned about for the first floor of the building.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Did you have any further questions, Alder Heck?
I'm going to come back to questions for the development team, but I have a large number of them. So maybe I could let other commissioners ask questions first, or...
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Are there other questions before Alder Heck asks his of the developer? Commissioner Spencer.
Thank you. I had a question for Jeff Salisco. Just a quick question. Jeff, I kind of looked down for a second while you were presenting on the extra fire access. Can you just show me that quick on the slide? I think it was 43A or B.
If that can be pulled up, sure, I'd be happy.
Okay. Thank you, Sydney.
So on the east side of the building.
Okay.
She should be pulling up. Yeah, you had it, Sydney. That was fine. So on the east side of the building, the present drive is 17 feet.
Mm-hmm.
The fire department, Bill Sullivan, the chief fire department man, he asked us to increase the width of that to 24 feet, which we have. So that becomes a fire access
Okay.
drive. That presently is not a fire access drive, and he's highly concerned about the safety around of the buildings in that area.
Mm-hmm.
In addition, on the east side of the building, I'm sorry, so that's on the east side. On the west side of the building, that's only a 12-foot wide drive. So with our sidewalk that abuts to that, we're providing a mountable curb that would allow a fire truck to pull into that location and provide that as a fire access drive also. Presently, that is not a fire access drive. So that's going to make the surrounding area around this building safer because of that.
Okay.
Bill is very concerned, and he has shared that with us about the safety of these buildings that surround this site.
Mm-hmm. And at 12 feet, that's sufficient?
It's not. And so what we've done is we have a wide sidewalk that's next to it, and we would provide a mountable curb so fire trucks would be able to access that area better.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Spencer, did you have any further questions?
I don't at this time. Thanks.
Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes. Could someone on the development team address the concern about snow and ice along the driveway along the east side of the building?
Mr. Zalesko?
Yes, I'll address that. So presently, that is a 17-foot wide driveway. We're going to be repaving that area, so it's going to be a much better surface to begin with. Also, it's going to be 24 feet wide, so it's going to be much easier to plow and salt that drive. It'll be a much better surface in a much wider area to be able to maintain. So we really feel it's going to be a much better surface and drive aisle and access location for people to be able to use during the winter months.
I'm assuming that's a joint easement that a lot of the easements on your property, but access to the buildings along the lake can use it as well.
Yes, it would be a joint easement. That is correct. Okay. I may defer to Rodney on that. As the developer, he has a better feel for what's going on based on that. But the point is that it's going to be a better access drive because of the width that it will be. based on what we're proposing. So it's going to be easier to maintain, easier to access with plows, that kind of thing. I mean, as it is now, it's treacherous, but it's going to be far less so as it's repaved and as it's a much wider, stretch of drive.
Okay. I can speak to that a little bit. Also, it is a joint easement, and we've obligated ourselves through the easements to maintain that driveway. So as of now, it was kind of ambiguous who would maintain the driveway. With the development of this property, we will take the responsibility to ensure that the driveway is clear during a snow and ice event.
Okay. I also have a question about how does move in and move out work for a development of this scale?
Move in and move out, what we've done over the last few years, we've decentralized move in and move out. It is a huge coordination effort that will run past the city police and fire departments when we schedule our move-ins to make sure that, first of all, that we're coordinating properly. There's no kind of life safety issues that arise out of our move-in and move out. But from a management perspective, we've decentralized having move-in and move-outs on one day. We've tried to stagger those throughout the week and maybe even weeks. We also allow our residents to have appointments. We bring in professional movers on site to expedite the moving. And mind you that all of these units and bedrooms are fully furnished, so the majority of the heavy move in and move out will occur during the construction process.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that answer.
Do you have any further questions, Commissioner?
Not at this time, thanks.
Thank you. Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. I think this question is also for Mr. King. Can you share a little bit more detail on the management and security plan for the rooftop hot tub? Are the folks who are going to be checking on it and closing it every night, is that going to be paid professional staff, or is that going to be a third-party security company, or is that going to be paid residents who are doing that?
It's a combination of both. Just regarding the security and management of the rooftop, we've already agreed to limit the rooftop to hours of operations that are outlined in the management plan. But generally speaking, we will have the security guards on our property to do rounds during their shift to ensure that the rooftop is actually closed. Also, the rooftop access is monitored by what we call a fob secured access. So it closes automatically on its own. And if any resident, first of all, no resident can access it outside of those operations hours physically. But we will have security still doing checks, and we'll have paid professional staff, paid student staff also doing regular checks during their rounds as well. Okay. So it's a combination of all of that.
Okay, thank you. And then are you leveraging the third-party security in other ways in your management and security?
Yeah, yes, we are. We obviously the goal is to keep our building secure and safe. So we've outlined a security plan in our long-term management plan that we submitted. That is one of the primary duties for our security staff, to ensure that the rooftop deck is closed at the appropriate time. In addition to just normal security operations, responding to loud noise calls, making sure that the drop-off and loading vehicles are not being used outside of their intent, and things like that. So, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Heck.
Thank you. Along the lines that Alder Lemmer was discussing, just a couple more questions about security. I understand that during the day there'll be paid professional staff in the office and managing the building, I'll say. And then into the evening, both during the week and on weekends, can you describe who will be staffing the entrance monitoring and office, as well as who would be checking the pool at 10 p.m. when it closes to make sure nobody's still out there, even though they won't be able to get out there without someone letting them in or using a fob. And then throughout, once the hot tub deck is closed, is it periodic security guards as well as paid residents that will be kind of in charge of things? Can you kind of describe how that changes through the evening and night?
Sure. During the day, we have professional management staff. Our office hours usually run from 8 o'clock to 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock at night. Those will be determined based on kind of the traffic of the area and the traffic, the needs of the building. But during the day, we'll have professional maintenance and management staff there that will, to your point, Alder, monitor the building, ensure that guests and residents are adhering to all the rules and regulations. As the night transitions and the professional staff either leaves or gets off, some of their responsibility goes to our student pay staff. They do the rounds, and our overnight security is a paid third party security provider. In addition to that, we have closed circuit TV cameras across the entire building. So in order to access our building, you must use a fob to get in. In order to access the elevator, you must use your fob to call the elevator. In order to get to the rooftop, you must use your fob again to get onto the rooftop. And while you're onto the rooftop, we've strategically placed cameras and other kind of security monitoring devices there. So we think that our security plan, is adequate. We reviewed it with the City of Madison Police Department. They made some suggestions, and we gladly incorporated those. So we think we have adequate security measures in place. And obviously, the document that we submitted is stagnant, and we will adjust it, as the building needs progress.
Thanks. And who will be watching the cameras through the night? Okay. And will that be, somebody at a desk downstairs that will be able to multitask and watch the cameras while they're doing other work?
No, having monitored security cameras is not 24-hour monitored security cameras is not necessarily the use of that security camera. If there's an incident that occurs, we will have the ability to play back the tape or camera to see what occurred. There won't be 24-hour monitoring of the cameras. Obviously, will there be any monitoring? Sorry. The security staff will have access to it, but and monitor, as needed. But it's not being fed into a monitoring location with somebody watching it 24 hours a day.
Okay, but if let's say somebody wanted to see what was going on at 10:15 on the hot tub deck, they would be able to from downstairs?
They would be able to from downstairs and other places as well.
Okay, you're just there. It's just not that somebody's sitting in front of it as a job, which is understandable.
Right.
Okay, great. Just a series of relatively random questions. You mentioned in the management plan that you're not allowing pets other than service animals. Would you be willing to accept putting that in as a condition of approval so that remains the case, even if you should change your management plan in the future?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let's see. I want to talk briefly about subletting. I understand there are, it's banned to sublet in the summer. Let's say when a student were to go home or travel or wherever. And so if someone wants to sublet, they'll need to do it through your typical approval process. And I'm wondering if people don't follow the process and they are caught, I'll call it, they're probably just had 3 months left on their lease and they're just going to rent it to whoever they want, and they do it under the table, and then you find out. And you can kick them out, but maybe they don't care because they're not living there and they're not coming back the next semester. How will that be handled?
Sure. Alder Haig, just to point out one of your comments about subletting, that was one of the comments that MPD made that we modified our management plan to include. First of all, we don't allow subletting or subleasing, and we will not allow it. But basically, if you're found in violation of your lease, it could be the violations could result into fines and up to including eviction. If you're evicted, for lack of a better word, for cause, you're still liable for the remainder of your lease. So you could theoretically be kicked out, and we could accelerate your rent so you can pay the balance due. You would say typically that doesn't matter if somebody's already left, but all of our lease holders have guarantors or significant deposit. So we still have some sort of, kind of financial penalties to them for not following the rules.
Okay, thanks. I mean, I guess I'd just add, and you probably know this, but I've heard about so many problems at the Hub and the James related to subletting in the summer, and how that creates additional problems because it's people who may not be invested in following the rules. But
and to your Alder Haig, I think I don't know if I actually said this. If somebody wants to sublet, they must come to our office, pass the same rental criteria that the initial resident, was subjected to. And then their lease is actually terminated, and we'll reissue a new lease in that person's name after they've qualified.
Thanks. Another security question. There's a conditional of approval about no alcohol in any common spaces. That's a suggested condition of approval. Is that something that you're accepting?
I would just, some of these tenants are 21 years old. To have a prohibition on alcohol would be very difficult to enforce. But we're willing to try to enforce it as best we can. But some of these residents are, of age and can consume alcohol. We won't, obviously we're not letting you bring beer bottles and things like that in. That's a pretty identifiable, violation. But some of these, as I said, residents are of age.
Yeah, I think the suggested condition of approval was a little bit confusing. Honestly, it was saying no glass whatsoever on the deck, near the hot tub, in the hot tub area. But also, I think it did suggest no alcohol at all. But maybe we'll discuss that.
We're certainly willing to adhere to the no glass. That's a policy that we enforce anyway. But the no alcohol, the enforcement mechanism will be difficult with students of age.
All right. Well, maybe we can discuss that. And I also saw that another condition of approval was no amplified music whatsoever on the hot tub deck.
We will accept it. I would ask for consideration for the likely outcome is, most of the tenants bring their own music devices, which may have an unintended consequence of, potentially louder than management controlled music, which could be, set to a preset range and never exceed it. But, in the event that the commission wants us to accept it, we will accept it.
All right, we'll discuss that too. Just one quick question about the hot tub. The rear wall, maybe Jeff Salisco will have to answer this, or maybe you can, Rodney. The rear wall of the hot tub, that's the only area that's relatively close to a roof edge. Is there a wall or something along the back edge of the hot tub to prevent people from throwing things and such like you have on the other sides because of the great distance to the roof edge?
I think Jeff was going to answer that one.
Could we unmute Jeff Salisco, please?
Jeff, you muted on our end. You may have a prompt. There you go.
There we go. Sorry. The wall against the hot tub, as it's located, would be a glass wall. So yes, it's a structural glass wall, would meet the required loads relative to force and all that. But it is also a 5-foot tall wall. So yes, that would provide a barrier from throwing things over. Now, obviously someone could throw something over, but there is a high barrier to prevent that.
Thanks. I understand that where there's a will, there's a way, but
right.
It's good to know that there's a wall back there. I'll change the subject just slightly here. At one of the neighborhood meetings that I attended, and I had some input on this after that too, neighbors were concerned about your internet service that you're going to have, and there's fear that the standard cable system, coaxial cable systems in the neighborhood are already bogged down, and then if you add 300 and let's say 75 new routers on that system, that it's going to cause a problem. And did you have any ability to have a fiber connection of your own, or have you explored any of that?
We have. We intend to have a fiber connection directly to the building, and internet is provided by us. We will not allow 350 routers in the building, because it will only bog down service for everybody within the building. So internet is a crucial utility for us that we manage in-house. Frankly, it's our number one amenity. And we don't consider it an amenity anymore. We consider it a utility. So we understand the importance of internet and how it will impact the surrounding neighbors.
And do you know yet who you'll be contracting with for that fiber connection?
We don't. We usually we have an internal internet management group that we utilize. We usually have the provider pull the fiber to the building. Then we, as CORE, through one of our internal affiliates, distributes the internet feed throughout the building.
Okay, thank you.
More reliable way and efficient way of doing it, instead of working with the general internet providers in the area.
Mm-hmm. Okay, one more question for now. We discussed the fire lane on the east side of the building and the sort of ad hoc fire lane on the west side of the building, where fire trucks, if they need to, could access that area adjacent to Hub 2. But further down the alley, that would still not be a legitimate fire lane, I assume, correct?
That's correct, Alder Heck. But we're providing access to the extent that we're able to. Mm-hmm. So that extends down up to 142 Langdon, almost 100 feet. So it does provide far better access than we would be able to, or than would be able to be provided otherwise.
Thanks. And then can you explain the easement situation on that side of the building? The property line for 126 will extend essentially to the end of your new sidewalk that will be running along there. And the rest is, are you participating in the easements over there, or are those easements with other properties?
So in discussion, on our property line, that drive is directly next to our property line. What we're providing is a mountable sidewalk, so that if a fire truck were to come in and they needed that additional width, they can mount, and drive up on that sidewalk. So, and that goes, plus or minus 100 feet into the depth of that drive aisle. So that's what it's providing. We're just making easier, and we reconfigured our the way we have that. So we have the sidewalk directly next to that drive, whereas previously we had a grass area there. We changed that, so we had grass. We have more green areas against the building. Move the sidewalk out just to make that work out, better for the neighboring buildings and for our building too, as far as being a fire access.
And also, one of the benefits of this kind of mountable sidewalk, it does not encourage vehicle parking on that sidewalk. So in the event of a true emergency, the fire department can actually use that without the obstruction of vehicles.
Right. I guess I understand that, and I was a little clumsy with my question. Sorry. I was wondering if you're party to any easements on that side of the building, I guess, at all.
We're not utilizing any kind of neighboring agreements to construct this mountable sidewalk. It's all within the property line.
And off the property line, then that alley over there is who knows, a collection of easements between various people for further down the alley and such, and you're not party to those.
Correct.
Or do you need to be? So snow removal and such on your side will only be on that side of the building will just be for your sidewalk, essentially.
Correct.
Right. Okay. I'll take a break. Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. A lot of my questions were addressed already, but I just wanted to follow up one more question on the rooftop terrace and that security. So the management plan does say that on-call staff will be available to visit the pool deck during closing hours and escort tenants off. But you indicated that in these later hours, it's likely resident staff who would be checking it. So I guess, is that on-call staff only called if they're alerted by the resident staff? If they're not monitoring video, they would be called in by the residents that are supposed to be monitoring that. Is that correct?
No, not necessarily. Our on-call staff is sometimes our resident staff. As a part of the resident duties, it is to check to see whoever's on duty that night, to check to see that the rooftop area is clear and secure. And if they notice that it's not clear and secure, obviously they will escort those people off. In the event they refuse to go off, they'll call security and escalate it to the appropriate party, including calling the property manager if necessary.
Okay. Is that what you utilize on your other properties? That seems, let's just say I would not want to be the one breaking up a party at midnight on the pool deck. So I'm just curious if that works on other properties.
We're not asking them to break up a party. We're just asking them to note that it's secure and locked. If there isn't a party going on after hours, they need to call security, call building managers to get them to break it up. We're not putting them in an enforcement situation.
Okay. That helps me understand. Thank you. That's all I have right now.
Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. I think condition 5 in the staff report is really important, so I wanted to make sure that you're okay with it. The applicant shall submit a detailed management plan for the property to be approved by planning, zoning, and place staff in consultation with the district alder. The final management plan shall address the hours of the rooftop terrace, noise and light controls, subleasing terms, on-site security, camera and video policies, and disciplinary actions for bad tenant behavior and general misconduct. More specifically, the plan division needs more information on what on-call means and how the service functions. The days and hours of operation when building management will be on site shall be included. Are you okay with all of that?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all, Alder Lemmer?
All for now, thank you.
Since we're on the rooftop deck, would you object, Alder Heck? You have your hand up if I do have a couple of follow-up questions with that. Okay, in regard to that rooftop deck, you've indicated that residents could only have one guest on the rooftop deck at any one time. Is that correct?
Is that directed to me, or?
If you're the one who can answer it, then yes.
I'm sorry, I thought you were talking to Alder Heck. Yes, a guest is allowed. A resident is allowed one guest.
One guest. And how is that?
Occupancy limits.
I'm sorry?
there is a maximum amount of people allowed on the deck. So once we reach that threshold, no one else can come on the deck.
And how is that managed?
That's typically managed the same way through professional management on site, our on-call staff, and security.
Who would call them? I mean, okay, you reach, let's say it's 50, and you reach 50, and people have fobs, they have whatever. What's going to stop them from going on to that rooftop deck?
That's where the management of the building will come into place and stop.
How would the management of the building know to do anything at that point?
Well, I guess I'm misunderstanding. If the deck appears to be overcrowded, we will disperse the deck, through professional management, through our on-call staff, or through security.
Professional management in the evening, I thought that they were not around in the evening.
I didn't know your question was specifically directed towards the evening.
That's when the problems usually occur. Yeah, in the evening is the question.
The on-call staff will typically assess the situation and either determine to call security or the building management to disperse the occupants on the deck.
On-call staff would be assessing it? Is that what you said?
The on-call staff, security, a combination of on-call staff and security in the evening hours, as well as our camera coverage. So we will know what's going on the deck.
Who would be alerting on-call staff if there's an issue?
The deck closes at the hours of operations outlined in the staff report. So the on-call staff will check at the closing time and escort people off the deck. In the event that the deck is overcrowded, the on-call staff will call the professional building management and or security to help dispersing of the occupants on the deck.
I think maybe I'm misunderstanding what on-call staff is. I interpret that to be somebody who's called in, but it sounds like it's somebody who's an employee who is on site at the time. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. We do have employees. We do have resident employees who will live there who will be on call, in addition to our professional building management who will also be on call.
In addition, the key fobs will be closed off at the designated times. So if it's 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock or whatever it is, there is not access available even to people that live in the building past the designated times. I think that's important to reinforce.
Thank you. The other question with the fobs, I'm sure that you know, that when people go into a building, they let other people in with their fobs. Is there any way that you're going to be attempting to monitor that?
Yeah, sure. We'll monitor it to the best of our abilities. We'll encourage all of our residents not to allow piggybacking or things like that, because the safety is obviously is a team effort inside the building. But our fobs are designated to the individual resident. So once your fob is scanned, we know who scanned it. And back to your question about kind of when the issues occur on the rooftop, we will have dedicated, Friday, Saturday, Sunday night, overnight security, kind of those high traffic nights. So they will be doing rounds, regularly, specifically on those high traffic nights and high traffic event days. We will bring in additional security for that.
Okay, thank you. Alder Heck.
Thank you. Related to the fob question and access, generally people will be going in and out the front door, but staff will see who's coming in and whether they're bringing 10 friends. Generally, somebody will be at that desk 24/7?
No.
More or less?
No. The professional staff will be there between, typically 8 o'clock to 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock to 7 o'clock. But, in order to get into our building, you must use a fob. In order to call the elevator to get on any floor, you must use a fob. Then you must use a fob to actually get into your door again. So there's 3 levels, of security that we're implementing to ensure that, if you breach one level, there's an additional level, after that.
It seems piggybacking would be pretty easy if there's nobody at the front desk. But my other question was, everyone also will have fob access to the parking level because of bicycles, mopeds, cars, and that they could probably circumvent the front desk even if it was staffed by going up elevators maybe from the parking level and let 10 of their friends in using one fob, and even during the day be able to circumvent the desk. Is that right?
Technically, I would say these don't operate atypical from a kind of on-campus dorm or an apartment building that you live in. We have cameras throughout the stairwell, throughout the hallways, throughout, the entire building. So if a guest is, bringing in 10 or 12 people and they're causing some sort of, commotion in the building, it's likely that it will be reported, as a noise complaint, and we'll, enforce the lease then.
Okay.
I think the other aspect of that is, again, going back to condition number 5, is that, this management plan, we've already shared that with the police department and made revisions and comments. We will continue to share that with the police department. And one of the components they're going to be looking at is going to be that camera and video policies, and looking at, camera placement in concert with the design of the building, so that our goal is really to give a good picture of what's going on throughout, so that we both have records, but also the ability to monitor what's going on around the building at all times. So, that is something that, again, we've begun the conversations with the police department. We're very comfortable with that condition number 5 as an opportunity to continue that, but then also attach that management plan as part of the record of how this building will operate into the future, so that if there are issues and if there are unforeseen circumstances that need to be adjusted, we've got a plan to go back to and say, okay, how can we make those adjustments in concert with the city and with the police department?
Okay. Great. We can discuss that later, I think. I found in the staff report a mention of glass containers. It says that in the tenant lease agreement, quote, glass containers of any type or any other container containing alcohol are not permitted in the common areas of the property. They claim that's in the lease. So maybe that's misinterpreted, or do you think what they're really saying is, well, I don't know what it's saying. I'll let you explain.
I'm trying to read that comment again, Alder, so give me a second.
It's on page 5 of the staff report, but and Rodney, while you're looking at that, maybe I'll ask Jeff a question. This is my last question, believe it or not. I've heard concerns about the possibility there won't be window screens and neighbors are concerned about objects being more likely to be thrown out of windows if there are no window screens. And I wondered what the situation was there. And on a related note, how far can the windows be open, thrown completely wide open or lifted? How do they work, and how big of an opening will be exposed in most of the units?
Right. So bedrooms can only be opened 4 inches. So that's fairly minimal. Can you get a bottle through it? Yeah, it's probably, like you had mentioned earlier, if there's a will, there's a way. It's pretty difficult to heave a bottle out of a 4-inch opening through a window. Living rooms, generally, the windows can be opened further. and those generally do not have screens on them. So those are main living spaces. But we don't really have balconies on this building. So if you have balconies, you have sliding doors where you're standing out on it's a whole different, it's really different, I think, what we're providing, where in living spaces, the window can open, but you're not standing on a balcony.
And are those horizontally sliding windows? Or
yes,
they don't pivot?
Yeah, that's right. The ones in the living spaces don't pivot, they slide. The ones in the bedrooms do pivot and only 4 inches. Or if there were some conditions where they would slide, they would only slide 4 inches.
And do you know approximately how big those window openings will be in the living spaces when they're open?
They'll open from 3 to 4 feet along those lines. It's a little bit of a case by case, but something along those lines.
So 3 to 4 feet in the horizontal direction, and
in the horizontal, and those start at 40. We generally have them at 48 inches above the floor, and then they open for 3 to 4 feet.
Okay, so it's kind of like a half sliding glass door type thing.
Think of it like a French balcony, but the area that's blocked is up to 4 feet. That's the best way to describe it. So
okay. That makes sense. And so screens are out of the question?
Well, in those spaces, I think they are. In the living spaces, they're, once you get above, 15, 20 feet above the floor, it's not necessary to have screens because screens are really for bugs, right? So they're really not an issue when you get above grade up to that point.
Okay, thanks. That's my last question.
Heck, I did find the language you was referencing, the lease. It does say that we will not allow alcohol permitted in the common area, so we will commit to that.
Oh, great.
And if necessary, on screens, going up an additional floor, we're certainly open to that also.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
As Jeff just said, screens are typically utilized for kind of ground floor residents. If we need to go up an additional floor or something, we're certainly open to making that modification or any other modification kind of regarding screens.
Oh, so you're saying that maybe on the lowest floor or two there would be screens anyway because of okay. All right, thank you.
If we need to add additional screening to make the commission comfortable, we're willing to do that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Alder Heck. Commissioner Spencer.
I just had one more question related to security. I know that there's special events, but I was just thinking about Halloween. I know on campus and dorms, they have extra staff come out, check IDs, just sort of, check building access and that sort of thing. And just wondering, if there's something currently done at the Hub or the James, or if there's a plan for those nights. I mean, last year was an exception, but usually Halloween is a big event downtown and on campus. Just curious about that, your thoughts on that.
We, just a point of clarification, we don't manage the Hub or the James, so
okay,
I'm unfamiliar with their policies. But any kind of event night, even if it's high traffic or not, it has the potential to be high traffic. We will bring in extra security. So to Brian's point earlier, that's where that coordination comes in with UW Police and MPD to kind of say, hey, historically this night has been had a lot of activity. Would you mind bringing in extra security? Our typical answer is going to be yes, and we're hopefully being as proactive as possible in those situations to deter, any potential, negative effect on the bill.
Okay.
It's a long way to say yes, we will do that.
Thank you for clarifying.
Any further questions, Commissioner Spencer?
No, not right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we have the developers go, I do have a couple of more questions then. I'm a little confused in the long-term management plan, it says move-in will be coordinated over 2 days, where approximately half of the building's tenants are allowed to move in each day. But I thought I heard one of you say that the move-in would take place over the course of maybe a week or two. Is the long-term management plan that we got as Exhibit E accurate, or are you looking at having the move-in over a course of a week or two?
What we would initially propose to kind of the police and fire departments was a 2-day move-in. If they, want us to break that up and decentralize it more, we're perfectly willing to do so. We typically start out with a 2-day process. We found that has led to some congestion. And on a lot of our deliveries last year and the year before, we've been breaking that process down to about 5 to 7 days of move-ins. And so we're certainly willing to do it here. It's going to be important.
That seems certainly more realistic than having 175 people try to move in on one day, for 2 days in a row. So good. That's good to hear that you would be looking at maybe doing something over a longer period of time. Did you have any thoughts about how you would be enforcing the temporary use of the spots that you have for delivery, so that they are indeed temporary rather than longer term parking?
We haven't developed kind of the enforcement mechanisms yet, but we're hoping that obviously if it's for food drop off and delivery, they will obviously, in our opinion, adhere to it because they have other stops to make. Potentially we can do something like flashers only, flashers on at all times, 10 minutes, 10 or 15 minute maximum parking. But our goal is to kind of reserve those spaces for that use. And, the enforcement mechanism is, we'll have to deal with it. I don't necessarily have a clear answer right now how we will enforce it, but that is the intent, to have those specifically utilized for drop off and pick up.
The other aspect of those is that the design of all 4 spots, they're visually accessible from the main lobby with a goal of making it as easy as possible to have oversight so that the management team on site will know if there is a car there that has been there longer, then that needs to be something to be addressed, whether that's, talking with the owner or potentially in the future towing. Really comes down to that future plan as to how to enforce that. But certainly there'll be signage in support of those stalls. But then, as I said, the design of the building is such that the lobby has immediate access visually to oversee the use of those stalls.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Given the parking situation in the area, any empty space tends to fill up with a car, and sometimes for a longer period than 10 minutes. So it's good to at least have visual access to those sites. Okay. That's all the questions I have of the development team. Any other questions of the development team before they go on their way? Any questions of any of the registrants? Any questions of any of the registrants? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Alder Heck.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Mr. Tucker, since he's joined us. We've had some communication and about this proposal and in the earlier version about whether or not the 2-floor bonus height area is appropriately placed with regard to Langdon Street. And I wondered if Mr. Tucker could explain any disconnect between what a drawing in the downtown plan might show versus where that line is and why the line was chosen as it has been?
Sure. So as you mentioned, the extra 2 stories line originally showed up in the downtown plan. The downtown plan was prepared before the zoning districts for the downtown area were drafted. It was one of the sequential steps that we took when we rewrote the zoning code. We kind of put a hold on the downtown zoning districts until the downtown plan was completed. And there's a graphic in the downtown plan that shows this bonus story area. And so the same people that drew the maps for that work worked with us in the zoning ordinance drafting to draw the maps for where the line would be for the bonus stories. And these lines are, like typical zoning lines, are often matched up and connected to parcel lines. It's very rare for there to be a line that is not following a parcel line. And so when the area was established for the bonus stories, it was basically an extension of a parcel line, which is 115 feet back from the north line of the Langdon Street right-of-way. And so that's what established the area where the bonus stories could request the bonus stories areas, 115 feet beyond that line parallel to Langdon Street.
And that line was then drawn between, in this situation, between 142 Langdon and the other parcel that is now proposed to be combined with 126 and stretched to the west across that, I guess.
Yeah, that's correct. It was the former parking facility, surface parking facility for the upbuilding Grusley 126.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
I guess I'm not sure who can answer this. I'm interested in that lot combination issue and making sure we understand that situation. Those 2 lots, the lot that used to be the parking lot for the Langdon and the 126 lot, are still separate parcels, is from what I understand, and that if this if these conditional uses are approved, then later it's common that later the CSM will be enacted and the parcels will be combined. Do I have that correct?
That is correct, and it would be necessary to eliminate the lot lines that are crossing this building site, because one may not build across a lot line without putting in significant fire ratings and other types of measures. Assuming the project is approved, we would see a certified survey map to conjoin this into a single lot, single piece of property, a single lot of record.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks. One last question. There was mention in some public comment as well as in the preservationist report that neighbors put together about adjacency, I guess I'll call it, to historic resources, to local historic districts or landmarked buildings, and the claim that they need to be further away than 200 feet from the local historic district, and this is not. Can you address if that's applicable or not?
I wouldn't be able to do that because I don't know where that lies. It sounded like that was maybe a Chapter 41 regulation. That is not a zoning code regulation.
I think either Ms. Prusak or Ms. Stouter can probably answer that. Looks like Ms. Stouter. Whoops, sorry about that.
Okay, sure, I can start and then welcome and Sydney, if you have anything else to add. So basically in Chapter 41, there are regulations that really pertain to the Landmarks Commission review of development proposals, demolitions, et cetera. And those pertain to buildings that are in local historic districts or buildings that are designated as local landmark buildings. This building is not located within a local historic district. And I think the confusion really stems from this. The ordinance, Chapter 41, necessitates that a building is inside of a local historic district, and then that triggers all of the comparisons related to the volume, et cetera, of buildings within 200 feet. So when you're considering a brand new building in a local historic district, you look at buildings within 200 feet of that proposed building to get a sense of scale and appropriateness there. I think that there's been an assumption by some that simply because this site lies within 200 feet of a local historic district, the Mansion Hill Local Historic District, that regulation still applies. And that's not the case. It would need to actually be part of the local historic district in order for that 200-foot radius to be relevant. So I hope that is able to clear that up. The site is also not adjacent to any local landmark building. And that's something that in the zoning code, back in chapter 28, there's a provision that if there's a new building proposed adjacent to a local landmark building, then the Landmarks Commission also reviews that proposal. And that's not the case for this site either. It's not adjacent to any local landmark buildings. Does that clear up that question?
It does. And so if either of those had been true, then it would go to landmarks and they would have looked at perhaps how the proposed building relates to the historic resource, et cetera.
That's correct. If this site was next to a landmark building, the Landmarks Commission would provide an advisory recommendation to you, the Plan Commission. If this site was actually in a local historic district, then they would have an absolute decision to make as to whether the building was appropriate within that local historic district.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. That's my question.
Did you have any further questions, Alder? No. Are there other questions of staff? Are there other questions of staff? Commissioner Spencer.
Thank you, Chair Zellers. Okay, one more time. I understand that the site is next to Mansion Hill, which is a local historic district, and it's within Langdon Street neighborhood, which is not a local historic district, right? Langdon doesn't have any kind of national anything like that. It's just Mansion Hill is the only one that's a local historic district.
That's correct.
Okay.
This particular proposal is in the Langdon National Register Historic District.
Okay. Thank you. I got it. That's it. No more questions. Thank you.
Other questions of staff? Other questions of staff? Seeing none, I would be looking for a motion. Alder Heck.
Thank you. Tough one. I'm going to move approval of the conditional uses request and the demolition permit.
Moved by Alder Heck, seconded by Alder Lemmer. Alder Heck, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Please. I struggled greatly with this, and no one else was going to raise her hand, so I decided I would give this a shot. I'll be honest with you, I don't like this building. I find it problematic in many ways. And I'm worried about various aspects of it in terms of security plan. But fortunately, I think we can work a lot of that out because of working with staff and with myself. I think the two big questions are related to what we talked about with the previous version. We talked about circulation and we talked about the front facade. Do I like the front facade? No, but I think that the step backs and the indentations and especially on the side that has the two new delivery spots have reduced the impact on the neighborhood. And that's what we asked them to do. Honestly, if you vote no, I understand why, because it's almost a coin flip, I think, as to whether it's been reduced enough. But I'm impressed with what they did with the front facade. Similarly, with the circulation, it's an improvement. We're supposed to consider these applications as brand new, though, and not just with reference to the previous one. I think, though, that if they had come with 4 delivery spots and a better appreciation of what the neighbors went through in the first version, that wouldn't have been as big of a concern. One of the reasons that I was willing to make this motion is because I actually think that we're not promoting tear downs in the Langdon Street National Historic District by approving this. Plan Commission, I think unanimously recently rejected the demolition of 2 contributing buildings on Lake Street. And I feel it's if we were to be at all consistent, if this involved tear downs, I would not be voting. I would not be making this motion. And I don't think this is similarly is not going to promote the destruction of the historical resources in the National Register District. We heard so many concerns about affordability from people giving public comment, and they're absolutely correct. But as you know, we have no purview over affordability and can only judge based on our standards of approval. As much as I wish we could deny this because it isn't particularly amenable to even middle income students, I don't think we can, but I would have liked to. And I also think that we forget that 350 whatever it is students are going to move into this building, and they're coming from somewhere. All those apartments will open up and be available to other students. Will the rents lower? Doubtful, but there is some merit to thinking this in a supply and demand, thinking of this in a supply and demand context, although I know that doesn't always work, and that's not the only thing Madison should do to address affordable housing, but that's sort of an aside. So to me, the biggest remaining concern is the facade, and is it too large? And compared to the other buildings in the district. And I think people made good cases that that's possible. And it doesn't fit in terms of scale, but I was impressed enough with the way that they modulated the front of the building that I'm giving this a try. And if this is approved, I will work incredibly hard to make sure that the security plan and such are followed, and that continuing jurisdiction is invoked whenever necessary. Thanks.
Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. I believe this meets the conditions of approval. I think the design has
Sorry.
No problem.
Technical difficulty.
No
Please go ahead.
Okay. I think the design has greatly improved in terms of the mass fronting Langdon Street. I think it fits much better. And I think the circulation, as Alder Heck said, is a great improvement. I had the concerns about security, and based on the responses, I'm satisfied, especially with the condition of approval that was put into the staff report. So I think all of those meet the standards, and is something that I kept thinking about this, in response to a lot of the concerns that were expressed, is the design is so much better than the building that was there previously. This is a much nicer fit. This is infill development that we greatly need. So I'm supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Lemmer. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair Zellers. I will not be supporting this. I actually think it doesn't change much from the previous iteration in terms of the conditional uses. So for example, I might agree that the design is better, but for me, that wasn't one of the conditional uses. That's what urban design looks at, So yeah, I think the facade looks better, but I think it does not meet the same conditional use standards that we turned it down from before. Especially it seems to me the uses and enjoyment of the neighboring of the other properties for uses that are already established. The speaker from 152 Langdon Street was quite clear that this building will dramatically change the uses of enjoyment of the residents at that property in ways that it's going to change forever. And I don't really think that's going to be immediated. I mean, if someone is looking into your bedroom, then you have to do things that you wouldn't have had to do before. And I think that's an imposition. I think it doesn't meet the standards. That was number 3. Number 1, the maintenance, establishing the maintenance or operation, the conditional use won't endanger the public health and safety. Just the way this building, the program of the building for the rooftop use, to me, it just invites people tossing stuff. And I'm sorry, you can have, do the minutia of a security plan, but you only really need that detailed security plan because you're programming your building to create a hassle for people who are not in the building, but who are on the street. And I don't think that's going to go away. And I'm sure the property managers will do their best, but anyone as an alder from a nearby district, having heard District 2 alders talk about what sometimes happens, I don't really believe that this won't happen here, and that adds to the conditional use standard where other people won't be safe nearby. It'll affect their general health, safety, and welfare. I think that the lot coverage, I mean, I kind of missed Mr. Tucker's explanation because I got off the Zoom for a second, but I think that's a precedent. And while you can say it's the same lot parcel and it's not that different, it just sort of gives you an example to say, oh, look, it's a bigger lot. So the building, of course it can be bigger, but the previous building didn't use that whole lot. It was a parking use in the second piece of it. And so now just saying that, oh, of course they should be combined. Well, you know, other people can combine lots. And then suddenly we've started to change the character of the district because people will potentially assemble some of these properties. And that, so I think that affects the condition standard number 9. And the sustained aesthetic desirability is not compatible with the existing or intended character, which is, yes, a student housing district, but also historic of a certain scale. And, you know, I never did support the extra height and back. I just don't really think it adds to, and that's just my opinion. I'm sure others, I can see why you might not agree. But when we saw that lakeside view, it was striking to me that the only other building that stuck out to me in the same way was the Edgewater Hotel, which is a huge commercial building. And everyone else is just sort of maybe a little bit more to scale than that. So I don't personally believe it meets standard number 14. So, and I do appreciate their circulation, but still the fire lane is problematic. I mean, they didn't build, I mean, I just think this building is problematic, and we are just finding a way to say it's almost good enough. And I just think the building program is just not quite right for the site. So I can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Rummel. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. I'm struggling with this one. You know, when I saw this come back, I was happy to see right away the changes to the circulation, the additional loading areas. I think that makes a really big difference to what was one of my main concerns. But I did go back actually, you know, and listen to our discussion at the July meeting, you know, wanting to be kind of consistent with our feedback then. And there was a lot of concerns about the front facade of the building, the massing, which we have talked about consistently. And when I look at it, I don't see a substantial change to that. I agree that the design looks better, but the volume and the massing is the same to me. And when I look, you know, at the statistics of the building, the square footage of the building is the same. It's still the same volume. So I'm struggling. I feel like if I approve this, it would be inconsistent with my comments at a previous meeting. And you know, I have been looking at Standard 9, which Alder Rummel already alluded to, and balancing that with the downtown plan, and you know, it's discussion of allowing a limited amount of higher density developments, and also the discussion of replacement of out of context buildings, which I agree that this is an improvement from what was there, but you know, that also allows the replacement buildings to be in comparable size and height, even if that's taller than the surroundings. Well, yes, the previous building was 7 stories, but looking back, I mean, it was 60,000 square feet compared to this is 147,000 square feet. So when I think of replacing an out of context building with, you know, allowing something of similar height to encourage redevelopment of a site that we want to be redeveloped, that's just not comparable to me. So the combination of that and the front is really what's making me a struggle with this project. So I'm curious if anyone else has comments on this, but those are my concerns.
Commissioner Cantrell.
I have similar concerns that Commissioner Solheim raised. I was part of the downtown plan development and party to the additional two stories for buildings of the scale that was demolished on this site, or at least a portion of this site. And I think that we put that provision in there so that we could encourage those non-conforming buildings, non-contributing buildings to be taken out, and a new building to be constructed that would be more attractive or more sensitive to the area. And what I'm struggling with this project is that the building was on a portion of the site that we're looking at, and then we have the other portion that was a parking lot. So with this project, we're combining both parcels, and we are creating a building that the mass is significantly larger. And I think I agree that the facade has improved, and they address the drop off and for Uber and all those other temporary drop off vehicles. But in my mind, they still haven't addressed the mass and the rhythm and the scale of the project. And I'm very supportive of density. I think the density on this site, this is exactly where we want it. But again, Langdon is a very special street in the city. And I think that even though it's not a local district, I think people view it as a local district. And I think that that I don't think this project is there yet. I think there is a development concept, I think, that could be done on this project, on this site, by almost practically building two separate buildings with the connection of underground parking so that they would look like two separate buildings. And granted, the higher stories, the two bonus stories, I'm in favor of that. And I always have been. But again, I'm struggling with the rhythm and the mass and the of this building that we're looking at. And so again, I'd like to hear others on the commission talk about their point of view. But anyway, I think condition number 9 for me is the condition that I'm most struggling with. That refers back to the standards of the zoning ordinance that discusses that ensures that new buildings are designed with sensitivity to the context in terms of scale and rhythm, building placement, and facade width. So that's what I'm, kind of struggling with at this point. I think that there's going to be a building on this site. So it's going to have impacts on the adjoining properties. So I'm not as concerned with condition number 3 or number 4 that was earlier raised by a commission member, but I am concerned about condition number 9 that would potentially change the rhythm of that street, which is again a very special area for the city of Madison. So, but anyway, that's where I'm at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Commissioner Spencer.
Thank you, Chair Zellers. I'm with Commissioner Cantrell on this and others who have spoken. In general, I'm pretty pro-density. I do want that housing, especially in this area. It's pretty important. And like Alder Heck had mentioned, those people will move into this area, and the theory is that it'll shake up housing and free it up in other areas. I haven't done a lot of research on that, but understand the concept, and I want to support that. But I didn't feel like I saw a lot of changes between the last design and this current one, like Commissioner Solheim mentioned. So I do struggle with it because I do want the density. And I want to, free up more housing. And I agree with Alder Heck, we can't do a ton about affordability in our capacity right now, but we can improve density. But I'm just not convinced that the change was enough to fit in with the neighborhood, because neighborhood context is also important. I don't know that a building as small as some of the existing buildings would be great either, because that doesn't get us to our density and housing goals. But I don't think this one meets the standards, especially number 9, like was mentioned before. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Spencer. Alder Heck.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me speak again. I want to thank commissioners for their super thoughtful comments on this and input. It's very persuasive. And as I said, this was very difficult for me. I may end up voting against my own motion, but we'll see. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Alder. Anyone else? If not, we will come to a vote, and I think we'll need a roll call on this. Ms. Stouter, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Commissioner Solheim.
Can you unmute everybody?
No.
Okay.
Alder Heck.
No.
Commissioner Cantrell.
No.
Commissioner Hagenow.
No.
Commissioner Spencer.
No.
Alder Lemmer.
I'm so lonely. Yes.
Alder Rummel.
No.
Okay, 6 no's and 1 aye.
Motion fails. Would anybody like to make a different motion? Seeing none. You want another motion is what you're saying, huh? I think the motion would be to place on file. Alder Rummel.
I saw Commissioner Cantrell putting up his thing, and I'll take mine down, and he saw mine and took his down. I will move to place this on file. I don't believe that it meets the standard number 9, and without prejudice.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Cantrell. Any further discussion? Ms. Prusak, did you wish to say something? I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that in placing it on file, the standard was called out, and why that standard was not met is also called out.
Thank you. Alder Rummel, would you speak to your motion to make sure that's clear?
I think Commissioner Cantrell made the case very well about why standard 9 was not met. So I would let him fill in the blanks.
Commissioner Cantrell.
Sure. The standard states that when applying the above standards to any new construction of a building or addition to an existing building, the Plan Commission shall find that the project creates an environment of sustained aesthetic desirability compatible with the existing or intended character of the area and the statement of purposes of the zoning district. One of the statements of the purposes of the zoning district states that ensure that new buildings and additions to existing buildings are designed with sensitivity to the context in terms of scale and rhythm, building placement, facade width and height, and proportions. I don't think it's consistent with the scale and rhythm of this area, and I think that again, in explaining why I think that is that the previous 7-story building was on a 65-foot wide parcel. And then there was another 67-foot parking lot parcel. This building, proposed building, comprises 132 feet, the entire width, and that's why it doesn't comply with the scale and the rhythm. It's different from the previous developments on those parcels. And again, I think a building project could be done, and we've seen them in other areas of the city of Madison, where you have two specific buildings with a combined by an underground parking structure, so that you have a gap between, so you can design both sections of those front facades in a little bit different fashion. So, but that's at least my point of view why it doesn't comply with condition number 9. And if anyone else on the commission wants to elaborate on that, that would be great.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further comments? Discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, moving on. The next item is business by members. I have one item. You may have noticed that Commissioner Sundquist is not with us tonight. He has accepted a position with Caltrans in California, and so will only be with us for a couple more meetings. And I think I am speaking for everyone on the commission to say he will be sorely missed. He brings such great depth of knowledge in the area of transportation and planning that he's a hard one to, he'll be a hard one to fill those shoes. So we will be able to see him, I think, again at one of our future meetings, but he will not be with us long term. Secretary's report, Ms. Stouter.
Thank you, Chair Zellers. I wanted to just start by piling on a little bit in Eric's absence to share the staff perspective just that we will miss him greatly as well. I think Eric's been such a great leader on this commission for several years. He's served, just a few this time around, but also was really instrumental when the zoning code was redone in the 2010 era, 2011, 2012, and beyond. Eric's done so much work in the city of Madison and always really been dedicated to sharing his expertise as various policies have moved forward, many of which relate to transportation. I think we're really going to miss him when we take on transit-oriented development and transportation demand management in the coming months together, but he has helped to lay a great foundation in those realms and many others. So I appreciate him so much. We will have a chance to be with him. Again, I twisted his arm this morning over email and asked if he'd please consider attending one or two more meetings. Said I was trying really hard to be happy for him. So I'll continue trying to be really happy for him. And it sounds like his new role is going to be very exciting and impactful in California. So look forward to seeing him at our next meeting. A couple of updates I wanted to share. We had 2 ordinance referrals tonight that I just wanted to provide a quick update on. So both the housing ordinance or housing ordinances that you've heard a lot about and the setbacks ordinance related to providing a little bit more space for street trees in our dense and redeveloping areas. Both of those ordinances should be before you at your March 22nd meeting. Regarding the setbacks, I did learn that Finance approved that or recommended approval on the consent agenda this evening. That will still be going to the Urban Design Commission this week and then to the Economic Development Committee and then back to you on March 22nd. I would encourage you to check the Legistar link there. At this point, there's already a set of slides, a staff presentation that will be provided to the Urban Design Commission this Wednesday. So feel free to check that out if you'd like to in advance. And then with regard to the housing ordinances, and that's Legistar 63902, item 12 on your agenda. I apologize for sending so many emails, but want to make sure that you feel like you know these pretty thoroughly as we come up on the March 22nd meeting. So as you've probably seen in emails, we've done a staff presentation that's been recorded. We have a pretty detailed staff memorandum, and you can actually watch the March 1st community Q&A session on that if you'd like to watch snippets of that. So I'd encourage you as commissioners to take advantage of the fact that those things have been and will continue to be on Legistar for a while leading up to that March 22nd meeting. And please feel free to reach out to staff, reach out to me, reach out to Matt Tucker if you have any questions and want to better understand that set of ordinances. Otherwise, looking forward to our March 22nd meeting. The one other item I'll mention is the first one listed there in the upcoming matters. It's 9301 Crosswinds Lane, just a planned development amendment to construct a new multifamily building, 2 new multifamily buildings, sorry. And then on April 12th, I'll mention a few items here. We'll have the next phase of the Madison Yards at Hill Farms project. That'll be before you. That's going to be a 7-story office building and also a 78-unit apartment building with parking associated with them. And then the next one on the list there, this is for city parks at 330 to 342 East Lakeside Street, right at Olin Turville Park, the old Medical Society building. A rezoning to Parks and Recreation and a conditional use to convert that building into a public service facility / community center. And then I want to mention the last 3 on the list. This is a string of homes on Milwaukee Street that were identified during the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan as if they ever became available for sale, that the City Parks Division should purchase the properties for the expansion of OB Sherry Park. And as it happens, much quicker than staff expected, those 3 properties did go for sale and the city was able to obtain them. And so the demolition will be for the planned expansion of OB Sherry Park. I think that's all that I will mention at this point, and thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you. Are there any other announcements? If not, I would be looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Commissioner Solheim and seconded by Commissioner Cantrell. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. No raised hands. Thank you very much, everybody, and see you in 2 weeks, if not before.